Chapter 586. However, Lu Qi did not know that it was not Su Yu's request, but the little Kylan's own transformation. This misunderstanding was really a coincidence. I know it's a living creature. I just want to ask why his spiritual pet would transform into you. Could it be that after spending some time with him, he started having improper thoughts about you? Gu Taishu stared at Su Yu with an unfriendly expression. Lu Qi's expression was unnatural. She stroked her hair and said unconfidently, "Maybe, slap." Gu Taishu slammed his palm on the ring. A cold light flashed in his eyes, which did not match his elegant demeanor. He trusted Lu Qi and did not think that she had done anything wrong behind his back. He was angry because everyone in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands knew that Lu Qi was going to be his woman. How dare someone try to take advantage of her? Good. When he comes out, I want to ask him who taught him. The Gue Yuan faction was under the jurisdiction of the Purple Cloud Palace. Even the master of the Gue Yuan faction had to call Gu Taishu uncle. How could a disciple of the Gue Yuan faction have the guts to take advantage of Gu Taishu's woman? Lu Qi's expression changed slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, "Brother Taishu, forget it. I don't think he did it on purpose. He should know the difference between us. I'm sure he will understand if I tell him personally. There is no need for you to do it yourself." Gu Taishu calmed down after hearing this. Indeed, it was not appropriate for him to do it himself. Many people present would laugh at him. Gu Taishu nodded and retracted his gaze. He walked up to the third Almighty Divine Master from the Purple Cloud Palace, the Yinyang Old Man, senior brother Yinyang. "Are you sure that the real spirit divine egg that Divine Master 2MO stole back then is in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion?" Gu Taishu was very concerned about this. The Yinyang Old Man was the Divine Master who had used the ring to fill the gap. His hair was white, his left eye was black, and his right eye was white. He looked like a pair of Yin and Yang fish eyes. He was another disciple of the true man of the Purple Cloud. His strength had also reached the level of a terrifying late-stage Divine Master. "Junior brother, you don't have to worry. My eyes can see through Yin and Yang, and I can communicate with dead souls. I have confirmed from the dead souls in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion that Divine Master 2MO died in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. The real spirit divine egg that he stole from my teacher is also in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Moreover, according to the information we obtained, the Red Blood Palace's Mo Tianxian ordered the soul-seizing palace to look for the Divine Master 2Mo's remains. However, for some unknown reason, the two groups of people sent by Mo Tianxian have both died. The soul-seizing palaces Chou Ziming and the Red Blood Palaces Shangguanqinger didn't appear at the Exchange Festival this time. If I'm not mistaken, something unexpected must have happened. I just don't know if they found the remains of Divine Lord 2MO upon hearing this. Gu Taishu frowned deeply. That real spirit divine egg is the most important thing this time. Even if we don't get it, we won't allow the Red Blood Palace to get it. As they spoke, both of them simultaneously looked at the three Almighty Divine Masters on the other side. They were shrouded in demonic energy, and it was difficult to see their figures clearly. Seeing that Gu Taishu's attention had been diverted, Lu Qi heaved a long sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, and she secretly observed Su Yu through the ring, at the divine sparrow stage. The disciple who had drawn the first lot stood up and walked to the front, facing the crowd. Swoosh! With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden fruit. It was the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. Within the golden color, there was a tinge of green. This meant that it was not fully mature yet. Compared to the 80-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate that Su Yu had planted, it was at least 2 grades lower. I want to exchange the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate for 2 crystals. I will not sell it for less. As soon as he said this, many of the people below the stage became interested. TSK, only 2 crystals. Only in a place like the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would this person be so desperate to get rid of it that he would sell it for 2 crystals. Otherwise, in Jiuzhou, he would need at least 3 crystals. We outer sanctum disciples can only get 1 vital energy crystal every year, and we need 3 years of accumulation before we can exchange for it. Moreover, we might encounter a situation where there is a price but no supply. I want it. Someone immediately called out. Wait, I want it too. I'll add on a crystal fragment. A peak half-god wandering martial artist had a passionate look in his eyes. The incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was extremely important to people like him, who urgently needed to refine spirit energy and condense vital energy. 2 crystals, 2 fragments, another wandering martial artist shouted. But as soon as he said this, people began to call out bids one after another. In fact, 40% of them were disciples from prestigious factions. It could be seen that the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was a rare item even within the prestigious factions. In the end, the newly matured, incredible feather spiritual pomegranate was sold for 2 crystals and 9 crystal fragments. Su Yu, who was observing from the side, also understood the use and value of the so-called crystals. Su Yu was not unfamiliar with crystals. The Eternal Stone King armor had once had a red crystal, and the vital energy it emitted could activate the armor. But now, it seemed that not only could crystals be used as a source of vital energy, they could also be used as currency in the Jiuzhou continent. This discovery made Su Yu overjoyed. If Ling Xiaotian wanted to recover, he would need a large amount of vital energy. According to what Yun Yazi had said, the only way to save him on the Jinlong continent was to break through to the fairy realm. At that time, vital energy would descend and Ling Xiaotian could be saved. But now, there was a more feasible way to collect a large amount of crystals that contained vital energy. In Jiuzhou, crystals were also very valuable items. They were divided into low-grade crystals, middle-grade crystals, and high-grade crystals. Usually, middle-grade crystals contained powerful vital energy, and they were not used as currency. Instead, they were used for cultivation. Finally, high-grade crystals were said to be rare in Jiuzhou. Only low-grade crystals were used as currency. However, many people use them for cultivation, so they would not easily use them as currency. Hence, there were more crystal fragments. 10 crystal fragments could be exchanged for a complete crystal stone. Most people used fragments to exchange for it. After understanding this, Su Yu was filled with anticipation. He had plundered many treasures in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and he did not know how many crystals he could exchange for. Second, Jin Qin. Shang Xuelian said. Jin Qin stepped forward and mysteriously took out a jade box. He had an enigmatic smile on his face. I believe that the great battle that took place nearby 4 days ago is still fresh in everyone's memory. His words caused the noisy crowd to come to an abrupt stop. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. For days ago, disastrous fire and disastrous thunder had appeared one after another. Demonic energy had shocked the heavens, and a sea of blood had appeared. That mighty scene had shaken the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion several times. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion knew that an earth-shattering, great battle had taken place there. Now that it was mentioned in front of everyone who could remain calm. Chapter 587. Jin Qin took in everyone's gazes and was very satisfied. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Coincidentally, I was in the vicinity of the battle that day. Thus, when the battle ended, I was the first to rush to the scene." What? He was the first one. Everyone present couldn't help but look at the jade box at the same time. Most of them had actually investigated the battlefield, but very few of them had gained anything. Only the people who had come first had their own gains. Could it be that Jin Qin had discovered something incredible? That's right. Inside this jade box is a treasure that I found. Jin Qin opened the jade box, and a fragment slowly floated out. That fragment seemed to be formed from pure lightning. Even though it was broken, it was still flickering with lightning. A fragment of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, someone exclaimed. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts were magical treasures that only fairy realm experts could possess. Other than a few disciples with powerful backgrounds, ordinary half-fairies still mainly used divine artifacts. A semi-manufactured spiritual artifact fragment was considered a decent treasure. It's indeed very good, but there's only one piece. It doesn't seem to be that precious, right? Mr. Nan Wu was somewhat angry in his heart. Jean Chin had actually hidden such an item from him? Jean Chin smiled bitterly and replied, "Of course, one fragment is nothing. But what if there are hundreds of them? According to my speculation, a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact was crushed and destroyed in that battle." After saying that, Jean Chun waved his hand, and a large number of fragments floated in the air. There were more than 100 of them. Suyu was dumbfounded. Weren't these fragments the Cosmos Thunder Sword? After being crushed by the demon, 1/3 of the fragments were permanently destroyed and turned into nothingness, while the rest were fragmented. Sheng Xuelian was also shocked and immediately looked at Xia Jingyu. At this moment, Xia Jingyu's face was as white as snow. She could tell at a glance that these were the fragments of the Cosmos Thunder Sword. She had personally witnessed Su Yu obtain this sword when she and Su Yu were adventuring in the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. This sword was a memory shared by both of them. How could she be mistaken? If Su Yu was still alive, why would the Cosmos Thunder Sword shatter? The sword shattered and the man died. The last strand of hope in Xia Jingyu's heart completely collapsed in front of the shards of lightning, regardless of whether she believed it or not. Su Yu had already met with a mishap. She had also witnessed the terrifying scene that day. How could Su Yu still be alive under such earth-shattering might? His body trembled uncontrollably as his spirit crumbled. His eyes were empty and vacant. "No, he won't," Xia Jingyu murmured. She staggered to her feet, turned into a cloud of water vapor, and disappeared into thin air. Shang Xuelian looked in the direction of the battle between humans and devils 4 days ago and sighed softly. She didn't chase after them. "Su, you only noticed a flash of water vapor. It seemed like someone had left, but he didn't pay much attention to it. State your price." Heiyue Longjuan's eyes flashed with interest. It was not that he had never seen a spirit artifact before, but a lightning Dao spirit artifact was rare. "Tell me, I also want to see what's so special about this sword." Mr. Nan Wu's lips curled upwards. The others all revealed looks of interest. 10 crystal stones. Jean Chin said a number. Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu both furrowed their brows. It was obvious that the price was too high. If it was a complete, semi-manufactured, spiritual artifact, it would probably cost more than 100 crystal stones. However, now that it was only a broken one, 10 crystal stones was indeed too expensive. 10 crystal stones! Just as they were hesitating, a rough voice suddenly shouted out. Su Yu looked over and saw a person wrapped in a black robe. That voice was very familiar. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu used his soul eyes to see through the black robe. He then saw the head of a ferocious flood dragon. Gang Dalei! Su Yu almost cried out in alarm. The person who had bid was actually Gang Dalei. He didn't expect that they would meet here. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Su Yu gave up on the idea of meeting him. He was currently hiding his identity, so it wasn't appropriate for him to show his face. Hearing that someone was bidding, Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu hesitated for a moment before joining the bidding. However, the competition wasn't that intense. After Gang Dalei bid once, he didn't make another sound. Among the people present, only Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu could take out 10 crystal stones in one go and continuously increase the price. If an ordinary person could accumulate 10 crystal stones in 5 years, it would be considered pretty good. If they were unlucky, they could only accumulate 10 crystal stones in 10 or 20 years. So, how could they be willing to spend it on a fragment of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact? As for the elders who were watching the auction from the mysterious heavenly stage, they were all at least at the fairy realm and possessed their own semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. So, why would they be interested in such a fragment? The two of them continued to compete. In the end, Heiyue Langjun couldn't reconcile with them and was bought by Mr. Nanwu for 11 crystal stones and 6 fragments. While Shang Xuelian was announcing the ownership of the fragment, she looked at Suyu with interest and asked, "Mister, you possess lightning techniques, but aren't you interested in this thunder swords fragment?" Suyu clicked his tongue. This was the item that he had given up on, so why would he be interested in it? However, if he had known that even a fragment could be sold for 11 crystal stones, he would still have kept the Cosmos Thunder Swords fragment. Let's continue. If there is something that interests me, I will naturally bid for it, Suyu said calmly. Shang Xuelian looked at Suyu deeply, then continued. Next, let's invite Heiyue Langjun. All of a sudden, Xia Jingyu, who was beside Shang Xuelian, stood up. Heiyue Langjun, who had taken a step back, grabbed the third bamboo stick. Heiyue Langjun stepped forward and took out 2 treasures from his bosom. They were both things that he had obtained from many historical remains. The first item is the Luoshin Fu from the Luoshin ruins. It is rumored that this is a poem written by an almighty divine master using his soul. After activating it with vital energy, it can create the image of the Luoshin, which possesses the fighting power of a half-fairy. It is a treasure that can only be found by luck, and I want to exchange it for 5 crystals. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. What, a fighting power of a half-fairy? His words caused everyone to be tempted. After all, this was tantamount to being able to do whatever one wanted under the fairy realm. However, its flaw is that it can only be used once a day, Heiyue Langjun continued. This was within everyone's expectations. After all, if it could be used countless times, it wouldn't just be worth 5 crystals. At the very least, it wouldn't be any weaker than the semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts fragment. 5 crystals. 5 crystals and a fragment. The crowd started bidding one after another, spending all of their money to purchase this item. This was especially the case for the wandering cultivators, as this was a life-saving charm. In the end, it ended up in the hands of a bearded man. After obtaining this treasure, he immediately left the divine sparrow stage and looked for a place to hide. He was extremely cautious. Heiyue Langjun nodded in satisfaction. When he started to introduce the second item, he glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eyes. Even now, none of the elders on the mysterious heavenly stage had shown any intention of exchanging for it. Heiyue Langjun was filled with anticipation as he opened the jade box of the second item. It was a black bone. There were faint traces of weathering on the bone, which made it seem very ancient. Chapter 588. As you can see, this is the skeleton of a divine master, demonic beast. It is an important material for crafting spiritual artifacts and treasures. This time, I am only asking for an exchange. If anyone has the hair of a lunar beast, they will only need 3 strands to exchange for this treasure. The skeleton of a divine master demonic beast? Many people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with passion. There were many divine master humans in every faction, but divine master demonic beasts were extremely rare. Their bones were the best material for crafting all kinds of spiritual artifacts. Even if they were available, they would be worth dozens of crystals, which was equivalent to half a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. This item was an eye-opener for them. Heiyue Langjun had really obtained a great fortune. Even Mr. Nan Wu could not help but squint his eyes. However, the entire place was silent. The lunar beast was a special kind of terrifying, ferocious beast in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Its cultivation was at least at the fairy realm, and its whereabouts were mysterious. Even an almighty divine master might not be able to capture it alive. The hair on their bodies contained a very strong Een-based aura, and it was the best material for crafting Een-based treasures. In the market, it was even rarer than the bones of a divine master demonic beast. Heiyue Longjuan's asking price was like a lion asking for a lion. Everyone present knew that Heiyue Langjun did not expect them to offer anything. He was counting on the many seniors who were watching. However, even after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from the mysterious heavenly stage. Heiyue Longjuan's face stiffened. He was a little unwilling. Hee, it's my turn now. Mr. Nanwu laughed. He was happy to see Heiyue Langjun being humiliated. Heiyue Langjun was replaced by Mr. Nanwu. I only have one treasure to exchange for. Mr. Nanwu took out a palm-sized stone from his chest. On the stone, there was a strange imprint of a door. The door was obviously an imprint, but it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real door. That item caused Suyu to be shocked. He was very familiar with this door. In his soul, beside the divine nine-dragon cauldron, there was a door quietly floating. This was the door that Suyu had discovered the second time he had entered the underground ruins of Shenyue Island. At that time, he had even encountered the plated bamboo hat man sent by the ninth Saint Master. When Suyu broke open the stone wall that contained the divine decree, the mark of a door appeared and was imprinted on Suyu's soul. Until now, Suyu still had not figured out the use of this door. I don't know what this door is for now, but I can guarantee that it is extremely precious. That's because I've discovered a lot of spirit artifact fragments around this object. The value of this item is immeasurable. How much you can give is up to you. Everyone on the divine sparrow stage looked at each other. No one knew what this door was. Just as the item was about to be sold, a transparent shadow suddenly descended from the halo above the 9 heavens. After the virtual shadow landed on the ground, it immediately arrived in front of Mr. Nanwu. It then grabbed the stone with the door in its hand and examined it carefully. This scene caused the entire crowd to boil. The seniors of the 9 prefectures were really attracted here. However, things were not over yet. Another 5 fairies, virtual shadows, descended one after another. They rushed over with solemn expressions and surrounded the stone, carefully observing it. Floating life door. It can't be wrong. The few fairies exchanged glances while grave looks appeared on their faces. To think that something like the floating life door still exists in this world. It can only exist in a place like the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Floating life door? Suyu listened carefully. Yes, it was this door that summoned the demon. Almost all of the humans in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands were eaten by this demon. Summoned demon. Suyu was worried. After fighting with a demon once, Suyu did not want to experience it a second time. Furthermore, the demon they were talking about was a real demon, not a demon formed by the strand of demon's hair. Even now, no one has been able to find out who did it. Whoever controls this door can control the demon that was summoned. Hee, is there even a need to say more? Besides that lord, who else could it be? The group of fairies seemed to have mentioned a forbidden existence, and they all stopped talking. After a long time, one of the fairies looked away and shook his head. This is just the shadow of the door, projected by the floating life door. It is not the floating life door. If you are interested, feel free to exchange for it. After saying this, the fairies left one after another. Finally, only the fairy who had descended first was left. He thought for a moment, then put the stone back. It is just a piece of trash. After saying this, all of the fairies left. Mr. Nanwu was startled, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The thing that he had regarded as a treasure was just a piece of trash? Heiyue Langjun laughed. Hee, do you still not understand what the elders mean? If you treat it as a treasure, keep it for yourself. Mr. Nan Wu glared at him. What is so funny? If I am lucky enough to obtain the floating life door, I am afraid you will not be able to laugh any more. Indeed, Heiyue Longjuan's expression turned serious. It is better not to make such a joke. The elders do not think it is funny. Mr. Nan Wu's expression turned serious, and he shut his mouth. That demon had massacred the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and eaten countless people. It was the nightmare of the human race. Such a joke should not be made. Su Yu's heart trembled. He had the floating life door. Could it be that he could use this door to summon a demon and control it? Thinking of this, Su Yu fell into a state of shock. Even when Shang Xuelian called out to him twice, he still could not react. Number 6, it is your turn. Shang Xuelian repeated for the 3rd time. Only then did Su Yu come to his senses. Su Yu stood up and walked forward. He thought for a moment, then took out a middle-grade divine artifact. It was one that he had obtained from the human king of the soul-seizing palace. Once he took out the item, the people present lost interest. They did not lack divine artifacts. Heiyue Langjun smiled. He had thought that Su Yu would take out an earth-shattering item. He did not expect it to be a low-grade divine artifact. There were many people who had the same thoughts as him. Who wants this? Su Yu waved the black, demonic hammer. After a moment, a wandering martial artist, who was a demonic cultivator, took out a crystal fragment. One, no more. A middle-grade divine artifact could only be sold for this price. Su Yu was overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise that he could sell a fragment of a middle-grade divine artifact. Originally, Su Yu had only wanted to give it a try. Clang! The continuous clanging sounds startled the people who were distracted. When they looked over, they were shocked to see that the ground beneath Su Yu's feet was filled with divine artifacts. The lowest grade was a middle-grade divine artifact, and there were a few high-grade divine artifacts. The grade of the treasures was average, but the number was shocking. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. There were demonic artifacts and there were Confucian artifacts. You could think of anything. That's the soul-seizing palace's divine flying ship. No, there's also Cho Ziming's blood sword. Also, that's Zhou Jin's tiger-breaking knife from the Yufeng faction. There's also Yang Yidao's Yucheng sword from the Gui Yuan faction. What caused the crowd to be in an uproar was that these treasures had come from the various factions of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. This caused the crowd to be in an uproar. Why were all their Dharma treasures here? Even Cho Ziming and Yang Yidao's treasures were in the hands of this person. Thinking about their disappearance, the crowd looked at Su Yu as if they were looking at a demon. She didn't know whether she should protect Su Yu or just watch from the sidelines. On the divine sparrow stage, after a round of looting, Su Yu collected the 40 fragments with satisfaction. All right, the sale of the divine artifacts is over. Now let's sell something else. Su Yu raised his hand and waved it. Instantly, 3 golden fruits appeared in the jade box. 20-year-old mysterious feather pomegranate. 3 crystal stones for 1. No bargaining. First come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience gasped in disbelief. What, 20 years? Once the profound feather spiritual pomegranate matured, it would usually be eaten by wild beasts. For it to be able to safely grow for 20 years, unless it was artificially bred, it was absolutely impossible. As for artificially bred, the survival rate was unimaginable. There had never been an incredible feather spiritual pomegranate older than 30 years on the market. There was once a 15-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate that had appeared in an auction, had been sold for a sky-high price of 10 crystals. The incredible feather spiritual pomegranate's ability to refine spiritual energy was even more powerful the older it was. It was said that a 20-year-old incredible feather spiritual pomegranate could allow the person who consumed it to achieve the cultivation of a 2 crystals, half fairy. It was a miracle, but now it only required 3 crystals. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures dashed forward like the wind, fighting over the 3 incredible feather spiritual pomegranates. Even Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nanwu, who had completed their vital energy crystals, were tempted. However, due to their pride, they couldn't fight over it. Just like that, the 9 crystals were successfully obtained. Those who were slow to react or had clearly reacted but were sent flying were filled with regret. The opportunity had been right in front of them, but they had missed it. Cough, cough, you are too close. Su Yu waved his sleeves. At that moment, the crowd had already gathered their focus and was staring at Su Yu. Many of them had even surrounded him. If a treasure appeared in Su Yu's hands, they would be able to snatch it. At the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou, Gu Taishu looked at Su Yu and curled his lips. You are all useless trash. The rest of the fairies did not say anything. However, at that moment, Su Yu, who was standing on the divine sparrow stage, said, There are some other items that you can bid for. A thumb-sized purple shadow flew out of Su Yu's hand and floated in the air. It was a ferocious-looking little bug, and its whole body emitted a ferocious aura. The corpse of a fairy realm demonic beast? Moreover, it has been preserved perfectly. The crowd cried out in surprise. I offer 3 crystals, someone immediately shouted. Get lost. How could you embarrass yourself with just 3 crystals? Even the lowest grade corpse of a fairy realm demonic beast would be worth at least 10 crystals. This bug was extremely rare, and it was obviously a fairy bug that was unique to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. I'll pay 15 crystal stones. Someone actually shouted out a high price of 15 crystal stones in one breath. 15 crystals? Su Yu was satisfied. I offer 16 crystals. Heiyue Langjun said embarrassedly. Mr. Nanwu's eyes flashed as he looked at the bug's corpse. I offer 17 crystals. The 2 of them had put down their pride and joined the bidding. They knew that such a bug could not be bought for just a dozen crystals in the outside world. They would need dozens of crystals. Even if they did not need it, they could still sell it for a profit when they returned to Jiuzhou. Nanwu, do you have that many crystals with you? Heiyue Langjun laughed coldly. Don't bid recklessly. If you don't have any crystals, I think this brother here will teach you a lesson. Mr. Nanwu laughed and said, Just take care of your wallet. I am determined to get it. 18 crystals. Heiyue Langjun increased his bid. Mr. Nanwu continued to chase after him. The 2 of them chased each other until the price reached 28 crystals. In the end, it was Heiyue Langjun who could not take it anymore and lost. Su Yu was delighted to have obtained 20 crystals in one go. In addition to the 13 crystals he had obtained earlier, he now had 41 crystals. The vital energy contained in such a large number of crystals could almost save Ling Xiaoyan's life. In Jiuzhou, Gu Taishu frowned slightly. You are lucky to have picked up a poisonous bug's corpse. However, it is still trash. Right at that moment, Su Yu waved his sleeves and cleared out a large space. There is still one more. Everyone make way. After clearing out the space, a giant toad suddenly appeared. Hiss! Another fairy realm demonic beast's corpse? Moreover, it was just killed? Heiyue Langjun's eyes lit up. Brother, I want this fairy realm demonic beast. Mr. Nanwu's cheeks twitched, but he could only watch helplessly. The poisonous bug had already depleted his savings. However, right at that moment, an urgent shout came from the opening above them. Wait, let me take a look at this demonic beast first. The crowd froze as they saw an elder of the fairy realm descend from the opening. The elder of the fairy realm had actually been attracted here. On Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage, Gu Taishu was startled. This is the extinct white-eyed fireglass frog. It actually attracted old monster Yu's attention. Gu Taishu looked at the white-eyed fire-glass frog and could not bring himself to say that it was trash anymore. The expressions of the other fairies changed as well. It is said that the blood of this frog is the best material for drawing high-level fire element talismans. It is really unimaginable that this lad could kill such a creature. If, old monster, you had not taken a fancy to it, I would have also gone down to exchange for it. However, with old monster Yu's temper, I would not dare to compete with him. The one who spoke was a later stage fairy, and his face was bitter. Old monster, you seem to have a very special position among them. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the fairy realm, but even later stage fairies did not dare to provoke him. Chapter 590. At the divine sparrow stage. Looking at the old man's silhouette descending, everyone made way for him. Su, you looked at the shadow with interest. It was not an illusory body, but an illusory body. It seemed like even though the Jojo Almighties had forcefully opened a gap, they still could not easily enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Even though it was broken, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was still a fairy artifact. Regardless of whether it was a fairy or an almighty divine master, none could break a fairy artifact. Lu Chi's experience was proof enough. Su, you wondered if an all-creation old monster would be affected if he personally came. This thought suddenly popped up in Su Yu's mind, but it disappeared in a flash, and he immediately rejected it in his heart. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was only for disciples below the fairy realm to train. Although the resources were plentiful and even attractive to divine masters, to an all-creation old monster, unless it was the entire mysterious heavenly divine pavilion itself, the things inside would not be enough. Why would they personally come to such a place? Shaking his head, Su looked at the descending shadow. Although it was only a shadow, its facial features were clear, and its figure could be seen clearly. The old man in front of him was wearing a red robe. His body was surrounded by sparks, and he had a serious expression. "What do you want to exchange for?" The old man asked straightforwardly. His eyes were fixed on the white-eyed fire-glass frog, and he did not look at Su Yu. Su Yu calmly smiled. "What can you give me?" The old man raised his head slightly, looking at Su Yu for the first time. Without thinking, he took out a thumb-sized mechanical puppet from his sleeves. It was in the shape of a puppy, and its appearance was ordinary. It did not seem special at all. This was the first time Su Yu had seen such an item, and he could not help but feel curious. He quietly looked at the gazes around him, only to discover that they were all looking at the puppet with envy. People like Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nanwu, who were more knowledgeable, were shocked. It was as if the old man had given them such an item, which was far beyond their expectations. It seemed like a good item. "Deal." Su Yu quickly replied, throwing the white-eyed fire-glass frog's corpse over. The illusory figure of the elder expressionlessly grabbed the white-eyed fire-glass frog and threw it through the gap into the 9 states' mysterious heaven stage. I need the blood essence of a spiritual creature of the universe to craft a puppet. Although this white-eyed fire-glass frog's cultivation level is average, it is an extinct creature. To other people, it might not be worth such a price, but to me, it is worth a hell-dog puppet. The old man was very fair, and he did not want to take advantage of Su Yu. Blood essence? Su Yu's eyes flickered as he took out 2 jade bottles. One of them contained a drop of golden blood that was brimming with Buddha nature. The other one was filled with a drop of black blood, giving off a ghostly aura. The former was the essence blood obtained from the ghost-suppressing golden ring. It was unknown whether it was the soul old man's or someone else's. The latter was a drop of blood essence extracted from the Ghost King's arm. According to the Ghost King, his blood essence had a strong purifying effect on Su Yu's bloodline of the evil ghost and could strengthen his bloodline. However, Su Yu was cautious and had never used it rashly. As the 2 jade bottles appeared, the old-fashioned old man glanced at the ghost blood, the blood essence of the divine master Ghost King. Although it has lost much of its spirituality, It is rare and precious for a half-fairy like you to obtain it." Although he was moved, the old man was not too interested. When his gaze swept past the drop of golden blood, his eyes gradually narrowed, and his expression gradually turned serious. "Can I take a closer look?" The old man walked over, his gaze fixed on the drop of golden blood. He was a little surprised. Su Yu was stunned, and he threw the drop of golden blood over. He thought to himself, was the original owner of the ghost-suppressing golden ring really not ordinary? He could be sure that it was not the soul old man's blood essence. After examining the drop of golden blood for a moment, the old man's expression became more and more surprised. Could this be the blood essence of the Buddha of all creations? The Buddha of all creations, a Buddhist cultivator at the level of an all creations old monster? "Lad, where did you get this drop of blood essence from? Do you have any treasures that belong to the blood essence's owner?" The old man's gaze was bright. Swoosh! At that moment, 2 fairy realm experts came down from the gap. "My friend, this is not good. Even you cannot break the rules." The 2 of them, who were dressed in purple, said to the old man. The old man raised his head coldly and looked at the gap above him. It was as if he could see the many experts above through the light screen. He snorted. "You are really anxious. Are you that afraid that I will find the blood essence of an all creations old monster and make a puppet that even you are afraid of?" His question was not meant to threaten them, so it was not considered breaking the rules. The 2 of them had clearly been instructed by the other fairy realm experts to stop him. The old man was a unique existence in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Although his cultivation was not the best, his attainments in making puppets were unparalleled. It was said that he could make a puppet with the battle power of a divine master. Although it could not be used for a long time, it was still shocking enough that no one dared to provoke him. Because of this, the faction that he led also rose in status and became one of the top forces among the 18 factions. Who would dare to let him obtain the blood essence of an all creations old monster and make an even more terrifying puppet? At that time, not only would the fairy realm experts be anxious, but even the almighty divine masters would be afraid. "My friend, you have misunderstood. We are just worried that you will accidentally violate a taboo and be blamed by many of our peers." The 2 of them smiled warmly. How could they admit that they were the people on the mysterious heavenly stage of Juzhou who had allowed them to come? As they spoke, they looked at Suyu. "Little brother, we also have research uses for this drop of Buddhist blood essence. How about this? Give it to us, and we will owe you a favor. How about that?" The positions of the 2 of them were very subtle. They stood between him and the old man. It seemed like they were preventing the old man from making trouble, but in reality, they were making it easier for him to snatch it. A favor? Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. How could he have the nerve to use such a trick, to trick a wolf with nothing at all? They felt very good about themselves, as if they thought that their favor was very useful. That formless arrogance, when compared to the old man's cold face and righteous heart, was really annoying. Su Yu smiled calmly. "I'm sorry, elders. Since Elder Yu saw it first, as long as he can give me something that satisfies me, it will naturally belong to him. As for the rest of you, please line up." Hearing this, the geniuses at the scene inhaled deeply in their hearts. Making 2 later stage fairy realm experts line up? Was Suyu crazy? The 2 smiling fairy realm experts were still smiling. In such a situation, they would naturally not be so infuriated. However, their eyes were flickering with an obscure coldness. "Little brother, you still don't know who we are, do you?" The 2 of them laughed softly, but the coldness in their eyes did not seem like they were laughing. Hee! Suyu despised them in his heart. They were slandering the old man with the surname Yu for breaking the rules, but they were the ones who had really broken the rules. They had secretly threatened Suyu. Such behavior should have been condemned unanimously. However, the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo did not respond. Who cares who you are? I decide what is mine. Who are you to interrupt? Suyu coldly berated them. No matter how high their cultivation was, they were just shadows without actual power. Why should Suyu be afraid? No matter how shrewd they were, being berated by a junior in front of them had caused them to lose face. How could they remain calm? Ha ha ha. Well said. The old man with the surname Yu looked on coldly from the side. Hearing such words from a junior like Suyu, even someone as rigid as him burst into laughter. Separating the two later stage fairy realm experts, the old man looked at Suyu with a smile. I decide what is mine. You have guts. If anyone dares to take revenge on you in the mysterious heavenly stage, they will have to go through me first. Swoosh! At the same time, the old man shook his sleeves and threw out a palm-sized spider puppet. It was very intricately made, much more advanced than the hell dog. Even the materials used were extraordinary. The two people's expressions changed. A puppet at the later stage of the fairy realm? Old monster you! How could you be so generous? Hearing this, Suyu was shocked. This spider puppet had the fighting power of a later stage fairy realm expert? The silver puppet was a peerless, ferocious creature that had swept through the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion, but it only had the fighting power of a later stage fairy realm expert. How could this spider puppet have such fighting power? Elder Yu, this item is too precious. Although my Buddha-like essence blood is precious, it is not worth this puppet. I cannot accept it. Suyu returned it with both hands. Chapter 591. Hearing this, Suyu was puzzled. He didn't even know who the old man in front of him was, so how could he please him? However, after the old man's reminder, many people secretly nodded. This kid's scheming is not shallow. It's not easy to leave a deep impression on Yu Tianxi. This old monster has an eccentric personality. He won't be sentimental for no reason. Since the old man had said so Suyu wouldn't put on an act. He thanked him, then put away the puppet. At the same time, Suyu's interest in puppets grew. A middle-stage fairy was able to refine a late-stage fairy puppet, or even a divine master puppet. The puppet path was really unfathomable. If he could learn a thing or two about it, it would greatly improve his fighting power in the future. This was especially the case since Suyu had obtained the silver puppet's main body. If he could refine it again, he could restore the silver puppet and bring it to a higher level. Lad, you did well. The two late-stage fairies looked at Suyu coldly. This lad had gotten old monster Yu's protection and a puppet that wasn't any weaker than theirs. What a good scheme. After saying this, the two of them soared into the sky and returned to Juzhou. Old monster Yu glanced at them, then flew into the sky expressionlessly. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't ask for the puppet crafting technique. They had just gotten to know each other, so it would be foolish of him to impart the puppet crafting technique to him just because he had a good impression of him. It wasn't appropriate for him to ask for it now. Suyu remembered old monster Yu's face. If he ever reached Juzhou, he would definitely pay him a visit. Okay, let's move on to the next one. You've been delayed for too long. Gu Taishu looked down calmly, his resonant voice echoing through the air. Suyu was startled. He still had 2 items that he hadn't taken out. Wait, I still need some time. I have 2 items that I need to exchange for, Suyu said. Hearing that indifferent voice, his heart shuddered. Is it another almighty divine master? However, Suyu's sharp senses detected that the voice seemed to be slightly cold towards him. There is no need. Let's exchange for someone else, Gu Taishu said calmly. Sheng Xuelian frowned slightly. According to the rules, the exchange of items depended on how many treasures Suyu had taken out. Forcefully driving Suyu away was a violation of the rules. However, no one on Juzhou's mysterious heavenly stage dared to question Gu Taishu. He was the strongest god, Lord present. Even if he were to rob Suyu in front of everyone, no one would say anything. The yin-yang old man glanced at Suyu, then calmly withdrew his gaze. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Whether or not the Divine Master Tumo's relic will be discovered depends on the next person. I hope they are disciples of the forces under the jurisdiction of my Purple Cloud Palace. Upon hearing this, Gu Taishu cast a glance at the 3 divine masters of the Red Blood Palace and nodded lightly. That's right, those 3 old fellas are really quite troublesome. It'd be best if our side's disciples get it. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use forceful methods. In other words, he was prepared to snatch it. Old man Enyang nodded subtly. The 3 people from the Red Blood Palace were also paying close attention to the exchange meet. Once Divine Lord Tumo's treasure appeared, a fight over it would be unavoidable. Su Yu furrowed his brows and walked down. He still had 2 damaged items from Divine Lord Tumo that he had yet to take out. In the secret room that led to the Evil Ghost Valley, Su Yu discovered a corpse, a remnant scroll, and a broken sword. The small Kylan was sealed within the corpse. Even though the remnant scroll and the broken sword were damaged, they should still be worth a few crystals. However, after weighing the 41 crystals that he had accumulated, Su Yu's thoughts became clear. The crystals that he had used to save Ling Xiaotian were enough, and it wouldn't matter if he had more or less. With such a mentality, Su Yu regained his composure and returned to his corner to observe the exchange meet quietly. Half a day had already passed. On the mysterious heavenly stage, the divine masters gradually furrowed their brows. They still hadn't found any clues. Could it be that no one had found Divine Master Tumo's corpse? They were getting more and more pessimistic about the remaining group of people. Overall, the remaining group of people were far weaker than the previous group of people. Moreover, the stronger they were, the higher their chances of finding the Divine Master Tumo's corpse were. Su Yu was also furrowing his brows. Sure enough, it was unrealistic to find the blood of a real dragon and the lightning avoiding silver pearl from these ordinary disciples. In the past half a day of the exchange meet, only 1 fairy realm expert had come. Apart from that, there were only ordinary items. Swoosh! At that moment, the exchange meet was nearing its end. A youth in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, walked forward. His voice was low and hoarse as he said, "I need 9 thunder herbs. If you have them, I will give you a satisfactory price." He didn't take out the items that he wanted to exchange. Instead, he was buying them in front of everyone. Thunder herbs? 9. Are you joking? Heiyue Langjun laughed softly, his laughter filled with self-mockery. Even the fairy realm elders can't obtain such an item. It can only grow in extremely dangerous places. It's hard to find even one in the market. What right do you have to pay a sufficient price for it? Is this person preparing to go through the tribulation and start making the lightning-avoiding armor? I'm afraid he's looking for the wrong place. Everyone here is in existence close to the fairy realm. If he doesn't have it himself, how could he sell it? We can only depend on the elders above. They might have some treasures. Shang Xuelian looked at him and reminded him, "Please take out the treasure that you want to display first. Only then can they choose whether or not to exchange with you." The black-robed man hesitated for a while, as if he was unwilling to display his treasure in front of everyone. After struggling for a while, he clenched his teeth and took out a piece of amber. Amber was the sap of a kind of divine tree, and once it was condensed, it wouldn't melt even after 10,000 years. It's amber from an ordinary tree. Is this the price you are talking about? Heiyue Langjun snorted disdainfully. Don't waste everyone's time. However, his words stopped abruptly, and his eyeballs, which were staring deep into the amber, gradually shrank. That is, Xunyu Langjun was somewhat uncertain, so he stood up and walked forward to observe it closely. Mr. Nanwu's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "Brother, may I ask where did you get this amber?" Heiyue Longjuan's arrogance disappeared, and he cupped his fists and smiled politely. The black-robed man didn't reply, as he didn't seem willing to answer. Mr. Nanwu's gaze shifted. "Brother, Do you only want the thunder herb? Do you want crystals? Unexpectedly, the black-robed man sneered. Crystals? How many crystals do you have? Can you afford it? An anxious look appeared in Mr. Nanwu's eyes. He was just about to speak when a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. All of you back off. The blood of a real dragon isn't something that you can covet. Swoosh! The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion shook, and a giant phantom image descended from the sky. Compared to the fairy realm, this person's phantom image was more than 10 times larger, like a giant. Who else could it be other than Gu Taishu, who had that refined, yet arrogant face? He, the strongest divine master, had actually descended personally. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then the phantom images of the Yinyang old man and Lu Qi descended behind him at the same time. On the other side, the phantom images of the 3 divine masters of the Red Blood Palace also descended. Hee, the blood of a real dragon. I can't be mistaken, can I? It's actually such a thing. The divine master of the Red Blood Palace, who was the leader, chuckled as he looked at the blood of a real dragon. Below the stage, Su Yu's pupils contracted. The blood of a real dragon had appeared. Chapter 592. Su Yu laughed bitterly. The blood of the real dragon that he had been searching for so long was in the hands of someone close to him. Gang Dalei possessed the bloodline of the flood dragon, so it was possible that he could find the blood of the real dragon, but he had not realized this beforehand. Now that 6 almighty divine masters had arrived, the fight for the blood of the real dragon would be fraught with difficulties. 9 thunder herbs. Gu Taishu raised his hand and waved. 9 spiritual herbs that were glowing with a 5-colored radiance appeared from his sleeve. They were indeed the thunder herbs. Hee, hold on. I have some too. The leader of the Red Blood Palaces, Almighty, had long purple hair. He laughed sinisterly and threw out the 9 thunder herbs. Kid, give us the blood of the real dragon. Even if there are 99 of them, I will find them for you. Gu Taishu raised his brows, his eyes cold. Zi Qianqiu, are you going against me on purpose? The blood of the real dragon is of little use to you. Hee, Gu Taishu, why ask when you already know the answer? The blood of the real dragon is of little use to us demonic cultivators. But it is very important to you, Gu Taishu. I heard that in order to break through to the all creations realm, you are refining the 9 spirit fairy elixir, which requires the blood essence of 9 types of ancient real spirits. Once the elixir is successfully refined, it will be the moment you break through to the all creations realm. Do you think we will sit back and do nothing? If the Red Blood Palace's Tianqian Palace Master hears about this, what kind of punishment will we get? Gu Taishu snorted and turned to look at Gang Dalei. Give me the blood of the real dragon. The rule of first come, first served must be followed. He was the one who had expelled Su Yu and broken the rule first. Now that he was involved, he wanted to follow the rules. Su Yu's heart sank as he watched the 2 parties fight for the blood of the real dragon. Thunder herbs were extremely difficult to obtain for half-fairies, but they were not difficult to find for almighty divine masters. At that moment, Gang Dalei looked up at the 2 parties and shook his head. Do you think I am easy to fool? Or do you think that I will give you the blood of the real dragon because of your high status? Do you really want to exchange the blood of the real dragon with just 9 thunder herbs? The value of a true dragon's blood was far greater than that of a thunder herb. 1 drop of true dragon's blood could not be exchanged for even 100 thunder herbs. The 6 divine masters pretended not to know anything because they were certain that they had Gang Dalei in their grasp. Gang Dalei had to hand it over whether he wanted to or not. This was clearly using the strong to suppress the weak, bullying the weak. You were the one who said that you wanted to exchange for the thunder herb. Why? Are you going back on your word now? Gu Taishu's gaze turned cold. The exchange festival does not allow people to go back on their word. This is the rule. Gang Dalei was calm and composed. He said unhurriedly, the rules of the exchange meet are that I have the final say in my things. I do want the thunder herb, but don't take out the ordinary thunder herb. Don't think that you've got me. If you can't take out something that I'm satisfied with, even if I have to destroy the blood of the true dragon, you can forget about getting it. Gang daily, I said. The expressions of the people from both sides froze. High-grade thunder herb? What they took out were all thunder herbs that had just ripened, about a foot long. Shwa, without hesitation, Gu Taishu took out 9 more thunder herbs. They were 2 feet long, and they were at least 20 years old. Are you satisfied now? Gu Taishu's face was filled with displeasure. The thunder herb grew a foot every 10 years, which meant that its value had multiplied by several folds. Even for him, he had spent a lot of effort to collect 9 20-year-old thunder herbs through a mission issued by the faction. Ziqian Cho furrowed his brows and silently stored the ordinary thunder herbs. Mature thunder herbs were extremely rare, and it was already difficult to find one, let alone 9 of them. Gang Daily's eyes lit up. 20 years was not an easy task. Although it was still incomparable to the blood of the true dragon, he knew that to be able to find 9 20-year-old thunder herbs in one go, it was mostly due to luck. Gu Taishu had probably collected them because he had a use for them. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to collect them all. Gang Daily Eye opened his mouth slightly and was about to nod his head in agreement. Wait, Su Yu, who was standing beside him, stood up. This was his last chance. I also have mature thunder herbs. Gang Daily Eye looked at him. Su Yu's generous offer was still fresh in his memory. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, How many do you have? A mature one. It's just one, Su Yu said. Gu Taishu furrowed his brows. It was one thing for an almighty divine master of the Red Blood Palace to compete with him, but a nameless little pawn dared to challenge him? Moreover, it was a little ant who had indecent thoughts about his fiancée. A 30-year-old thunder herb? Can you shut up now? Gu Taishu took out a 3-foot-long thunder herb from his sleeves. 3 feet meant that it was 30 years old. Zi Qianqiu was stunned. 30-year-old? That's the highest age ever recorded. Gu Taishu, you're really lucky to have prepared such a large amount of thunder herbs. This stock of thunder herb of the highest age forced Su Yu to retreat. If you don't have any problems with it, let's trade, Gu Taishu said indifferently. He had not even looked at Su Yu once. Gang Daily Eye was overjoyed. 30 years was the thunder herb's growth limit, so he could not ask for more. Okay, however, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu opened his mouth and asked, Is a 30-year-old thunder herb very rare? Gu Taishu did not even look at him as he said indifferently, It's not rare, but it's not something someone like you can take out. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. I really can't take it out. Then shut up. You're too noisy. Gu Taishu shouted coldly as he strode forward and grabbed the real dragon blood. Su Yu said calmly, You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I really can't take out a 30-year-old thunder herb, but I can take out an 80-year-old one. Swoosh! Su Yu raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long jade box flew out of the ring on his fingertip. A 5-colored fairy plant lay quietly in it. It was indeed a thunder herb, but its color was unusually bright, and the 5-colored light was a little blinding. In comparison, the 30-year-old thunder rumbling grass was much dimmer. 30 foot long? Zi Qianqiu, who was standing beside him, was shocked. Thunder herbs were just ordinary fairy plants to divine masters like them. However, 80-year-old ones were unheard of. Thunder herbs were extremely difficult to grow, and it was very difficult to grow them artificially. Even the few that did could not survive past 20 years. As for those that grew in the wild, they would usually be eaten by demonic beasts the moment they matured. Only some dangerous places that even demonic beasts could not get close to could survive for 20 years. As for the 30-year-old thunder herb, excluding the demonic beasts, the most important factor was the environment. Only a suitable environment could allow it to grow for 30 years. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands were vast, but there were very few places that were suitable for the growth of thunder herbs. Hence, it was already rare for a 30-year-old thunder herb to appear. As for a 40-year-old thunder herb, it was unheard of. Chapter 593. Everyone's mind was in a daze. How did this thunder herb grow? Gu Taishu's face was stiff and his eyes were gloomy. The lifespan of a thunder herb is only 50 years. Where did you get an 80-year-old one? The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, a thunder herb only had a lifespan of 50 years. Was this really a thunder herb? We'll know once we test it. Su Yu smiled calmly, then threw the jade box to Gang Dalei. I think you have a way to test it, right? Gang Dalei was exchanging thunder herbs without restraint, so he would naturally be prepared. Hence, he would have many ways to test it. Of course I do. Gang Dalei's eyes shone with excitement. With a swoosh, Gang Dalei took out a small cauldron from his chest. 3 beast heads were carved on it, and it looked very delicate. This is a magical artifact, specially used to test thunder herbs. Once the thunder herb is placed in it and vital energy is injected into it, the 3 beast heads will react and spit out halos. The number of halos represents the corresponding grade. For example, the deer head represents the spirituality of the thunder herb. The highest 9 halos represent the 9th grade spirituality of the highest grade. The rabbit head represents the purity of the thunder herb. Even though it is a divine herb, it will still absorb impure energy and be contaminated with impurities. The eagle head represents the resistance to lightning. This is the most important indicator. After all, the thunder herb is used to resist the lightning disaster. After the introduction, Gang Dalei said, "You may begin." Wait. All of a sudden, Gu Taishu spoke and tossed the 9 stalks of 20-year-old thunder herb over. Check mine first. Gang Dalei did not understand, but he still took it. He looked at Su Yu, asking for his opinion. It doesn't matter. Let him do it first. It was the first time Su Yu had learned that the same spiritual herbs had different grades. He wanted to see how the spiritual herbs grown in the supreme growing soil were different from the spiritual herbs grown in the natural environment. After receiving Gu Taishu's signal, Gang Dalei grabbed a 20-year-old thunder herb, tore off a part of its root, and placed it in the small cauldron. As Gang Dalei injected spiritual energy into it, the small cauldron trembled slightly, and the 3 beast heads gradually changed. First, the deer head spit out white halos amidst the trembling. 1, 2, 3. The 3 halos overlapped in the air and were extremely clear. 3rd grade spirituality. Not bad. The thunder herb's spirituality will gradually fade as it grows older, just like how a person grows old, gets sick, and dies. It's rare for it to have a 3rd grade spirituality in 20 years. It's even stronger than many newly matured thunder herbs. Gang Dalei's eyes lit up in surprise. The corners of Gu Taishu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said mysteriously, "Let's talk after you've seen it." Confusion appeared on Su Yu's face. Why is Gu Taishu so confident? Next is the rabbit's head. It's time to test its purity. The purity of the thundergrass is the aspect that affects its grade the most. Even if the environment is slightly polluted, it's very likely that it won't even reach the 1st grade. And in a good environment, it's usually only at the 3rd grade. Gang Dalei paid close attention to the rabbit's head, but he wasn't too interested. At this moment, the rabbit's head began to spit out a pink halo. The halo was hazy and beautiful. 1, 2. Gang Dalei revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad. 2 strands. This means that the environment in which they grew up is not bad. However, the rabbit's head that had paused for a moment actually started to spit out pink halos again. 3, 4. What? For? Gang Dalei was shocked. Then he exclaimed, "Wait, there's more!" The rabbit's mouth started to spit out more. 5 rays, 6 rays, 7 rays. At this moment, not only Gang Dalei, but even Zi Qianqiu was shocked. A 7th grade purity? How could there be such a purity in this world? It's impossible. Suddenly, Zi Qianqiu seemed to have thought of something, and he asked in shock, "Could it be that you went to the fairy mountain?" Gu Taishu stood with his arms crossed, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Zi Qianqiu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had just heard some shocking news. Gang Dalei's face was filled with shock and excitement. The higher the purity, the more durable the armor would be after it was weaved. 7th grade purity, this was extremely rare. All of a sudden, Gang Dalei started to consider whether he should give up on Su Yu's thundergrass. Continue. Gu Taishu revealed a meaningful look. Zi Qianqiu took a deep look at Gu Taishu, and when he looked at Su Yu, his gaze was filled with pity. Su Yu saw all of their expressions, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that the fairy mountain was some special place? Could the spiritual herbs from there be special as well? It's starting. The eagle's head indicates that it has lightning resistance. A mature 10-year-old thundergrass with good lightning resistance would normally have 3 halos, and a few of them would have 5 halos. The overall grade of this thundergrass will be determined at the end. Gang Dalei was excited. These 20-year-old thundergrass had given him many surprises. Zi Qianqiu's gaze shifted, occasionally glancing at the real dragon's blood in Gang Dalei's hand. If Gang Dalei really decided to make a deal with Gu Taishu, they might have to resort to extreme measures. Although it would annoy Gu Taishu, he would not have the guts to kill them. Buzz! The eagle's head started to vibrate, and it spat out 3 halos from its mouth. 3 halos at the beginning. Gang Dalei was extremely satisfied, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Buzz! Buzz! As expected, after a short pause, the eagle's head continued to spit out more halos. Another 2 halos were spat out. 5 halos. The lightning resistance is among the best. Gang Dalei was extremely satisfied. His attention had already shifted from Su Yu's thundergrass to the 9 unusually special thundergrass. At that moment, the eagle's head spat out the last halos. 6 halos. It's already at the top grade. Gang Dalei was overjoyed. These 9 thundergrass were of excellent quality, and the thunder armor made from them would definitely be more effective than expected. Old man, I didn't disappoint you. I didn't let you raise me for nothing. Gang Dalei thought to himself excitedly. In summary, the spiritual qualities were 3rd grade, the purity was 7th grade, and the lightning resistance was 6th grade. All in all, it was a 5th grade thundergrass. Moreover, it was a 20-year-old thundergrass. Are you satisfied? Gu Taishu said calmly. The examination is over. A 5th grade thundergrass was extremely rare, and Gang Dalei was extremely satisfied. He didn't need to examine Su Yu anymore. Gang Dalei hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Yu. Brother, I'm sorry. I think these 9 thundergrass are more suitable for me. Swish. Is that so? Can you let me test your magical treasure? Su, you didn't say much, but asked for the magical treasure that could examine the thundergrass. Gang Dalei shook his head and threw the magical treasure to Su Yu. In his opinion, Su Yu's examination was no longer necessary. The older the thundergrass, the lower its spiritual qualities. After 80 years, it probably didn't have much spiritual qualities left. The overall grade of this thundergrass was probably not even 2nd grade. The sparks in Zi Qianqiu's eyes shone even brighter. The worst-case scenario had really happened. Let's trade. We've wasted enough time, Gu Taishu said calmly. Gang Dalei looked at Zi Qianqiu and the other 2 warily. In other words, it wasn't safe to trade here. Humph. Just give it to me. They can't take what belongs to me. Gu Taishu laughed coldly. They had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were ready to fight over this. Lu Chui and the Yinyang old man who had followed them were both on guard, ready to strike at any time. The three divine masters of the Red Blood Palace had cold looks on their faces. Once Gu Taishu obtained the blood of a real dragon, the 9-spirit fairy elixir would be one step closer to completion. When that day came, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands would probably give birth to a third all-creation old monster. No matter what, they couldn't let Gu Taishu obtain the blood of a real dragon. The two sides were ready to fight, and a great battle was about to break out. However, right at that moment, a hurried and crisp sound rang out clearly in everyone's ears. As everyone looked towards the source of the sound, they were all petrified. They saw Su Yu holding the magical treasure and examining his thunder grass, as if there was no one else around. The deer head, which represented its spiritual qualities, was continuously spitting out many halos from its mouth. At the same time, the deer head seemed to have come to life. It was full of spiritual qualities, as if it was about to leap out of the magical treasure. The shocking scene caused everyone to fall silent. Even the elders on the mysterious heavenly stage looked as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the 9 halos in disbelief. 9 halos, spiritual qualities, 8th grade. After a long time, Gangdalii swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His voice, which had a different tone, could be heard. The spiritual qualities of an 80-year-old thundergrass had actually reached the 8th grade. Even a newly matured thundergrass couldn't reach such a level. It's only at the 8th grade. Su Yu shook his head in disappointment. He had assumed that the spiritual herbs cultivated by the supreme growing soil would be perfect in all aspects. However, there was still a small gap between the 8th grade and the highest grade, the 9th grade. Hearing this, many people came back to their senses. They were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. What kind of joke was this? A 6th grade spiritual quality was already considered extraordinary, while a 7th grade spiritual quality was legendary. As for an 8th grade spiritual quality, even the elders who had set up the grade setting had never imagined that a thundergrass's spiritual quality could reach the 8th grade. Impossible. A gloomy and cold shout resounded in the silent divine sparrow stage like a clap of thunder. Gu Taishu raised his finger and pointed it at Su Yu. Examine it again. During the great battle, no one had noticed Su Yu's actions. Hence, it was possible that he had done something to it. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to Gu Taishu's words and continued to instill his vital energy. The rabbit's head trembled slightly as it spat out a pink mist. What was different from before was that the rabbit's head had turned completely pink. It continuously spat out a large number of halos, instead of stopping for a moment. Counting the light circles in the sky, there were a total of 7 of them. They were almost the same as the thundergrass that had been taken from the fairy mountain. 7th grade purity. Could it be that this is also a thunder grass taken from the fairy mountain? Zi Qianqiu was shocked. Although there was a place in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that could nurture thundergrass, it was impossible for it to nurture such a nature-defying spiritual herb. Only 7th grade purity? Su Yu slightly furrowed his brows. However, the rest of the people were still shocked. If the 8th grade spiritual quality had been tampered with, then the fact that it was a 7th grade purity was indisputable. It was another thundergrass that was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. Gangdalii's eyes were filled with excitement. Both its spiritual quality and purity are of the highest grade. Moreover, it has been growing for such a long time. This is simply unimaginable. The older it was, the more spiritual quality it would lose, and the more impurities it would accumulate. However, all of this had been turned upside down in front of this 80-year-old thundergrass. Chapter 594. Judging from its previous performance in these two aspects, its lightning resistance was definitely not weak. Even if its resistance was only at the 3rd grade, its overall quality would still be at the 6th grade, which was better than the thunder herb that Gu Taishu had plucked from the fairy mountain. Zi Qianzhou's eyes shone with anticipation. If the blood of the real dragon was obtained by Suyu, it would be a good choice. Although it was a pity, it was still better than Gu Taishu obtaining it. Moreover, they could also avoid confronting Gu Taishu directly. Thinking of Gu Taishu's strength, Zi Qianzhou felt a little weak. If they were to really fight, Gu Taishu alone could probably suppress all three of them. He was known as the #1 genius in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands in the past 1,000 years. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone like him who was approaching the all-creation realm in his early 20s. His potential was unparalleled in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Now that Suyu had managed to snatch the blood of the real dragon, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, under everyone's attention, the eagle's head did not move even after a long while. Could it be that it is too old, which is why it is different from normal thunder herbs? Zi Qianzhou had a bad premonition as he spoke. The strange scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the thunder herb's lightning resistance had been lost because it was too old? Not all spiritual herbs' medicinal effects would increase over time, and the thunder herb was one of them. After a while, Suyu continued to instill vital energy into it, but the eagle's head still showed no reaction. His heart gradually sank. Was there really something wrong with the spiritual herbs cultivated in the supreme growing soil? Do you want this kind of thunder herb? Gu Taishu retracted his gaze and asked Gang Daliai. It was obvious that he was taking pleasure in Gang Daliai's misfortune. The thunder herb's performance just now really made him a little nervous. Gang Daliai's face stiffened, and the excitement in his eyes gradually dimmed. His heart felt empty. He had thought that he had encountered a top-grade thunder herb, but in the end, I know what to do. Gang Daliai sighed silently, trying to cheer himself up. Gu Taishu's thunder herb was also rare, and it had far exceeded his expectations. Hence, he was not too disappointed. Just as they were about to trade, Suyu gave up on trying. Since he had exhausted all his normal methods, it seemed like he could only use some extreme methods. The blood of the real dragon was the key to Suyu's rebirth of light and the opening of the heavenly eyes. However, at the moment when Suyu stopped infusing vital energy and put down the inspection treasure, a cracking sound could be heard. The eagle head, which had not reacted all this while, suddenly exploded. The flying fragments were caught off guard and shot in all directions. The people present were all people with high cultivation, so they naturally couldn't hurt them. Suyu waved his sleeves, and the fragments of the explosion were swept aside. Gang Daliai tilted his shoulder and moved his body to the side, avoiding the 3 fragments. As for Gu Taishu and Zi Qianzhou, they did not move at all. When the fragments reached a foot in front of them, they were shattered by a formless aura. This scene caused Suyu to be vigilant. There seemed to be a huge difference between the virtual shadows of a divine master and a fairy. The first 2 law-enforcing fairies' virtual shadows did not have any power. However, the God Master's phantom actually contained cultivation. Judging from how they had blocked the fragments just now, they all had the abilities of the fairy realm. For a peerless expert like Gu Taishu, his strength had even reached the later stage of the fairy realm. In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, he was definitely a top-notch existence. What did you do? Gu Taishu looked over coldly, and as he glanced at the shattered treasure, he slightly furrowed his brows. Suyu did not understand either. He had only stopped infusing vital energy, and the treasure had naturally shattered. Zi Qianzhou's eyeballs moved slightly, and he pondered for a moment. Then, with some doubt, he picked up a fragment of the eagle head. He held it between his fingers, and with a gentle pinch, the fragment turned into dust. The inside of the eagle head has already been shattered. I'm afraid that it has been damaged for a long time. After not being used for a long time, I rashly used it just now, causing it to shatter. Zi Qianqiu's eyes shone brightly once again. Everyone understood what he meant. It was not that Su Yu's thunder herb did not have any resistance, but that the eagle head that was used for the inspection had been destroyed. Although such a statement was far-fetched, it was not impossible. Lad, you should have a spare inspection treasure, right? Zi Qianqiu asked. Gang Dalei was also confused about the explosion of the treasure. If he could inspect it again to find out the true resistance of the thunder herb, it would not be a big deal. That's unnecessary. Gu Taishu clasped his hands behind his back, but did not stop him. After smiling apologetically, Gang Dalei retrieved another spare treasure. This time he would personally inspect it. After placing a root into it, everything returned to normal. 8th grade spirituality, 7th grade purity. The dazzling halo lit up everyone's eyes once again. It's the last item. Gang Dalei's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to inject vital energy into it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. However, after half a cup of tea's time had passed, there was still no movement. If one of the treasures could not be inspected, then it might be the treasure's problem. However, if 2 treasures could not be inspected, then it must be the thunder herb's problem. It seems like it really does not have any resistance to lightning. Gang Dalei was disappointed, and he slowly stopped infusing vital energy into it. Zi Qianqiu was speechless, and he sighed silently. It seemed like the thunder herb really did not work, and they could only fight it out. It would be extremely difficult to snatch the blood of a real dragon from Gu Taishu. However, even if they could not snatch it away, they might still have a chance if they destroyed it. Gu Taishu said calmly, hand it over. We have wasted too much time, and my patience is limited. Gu Taishu was getting impatient after being interrupted again and again. Gang Dalei sighed silently. There was indeed no need to continue. Bang! However, at this moment, the magic treasure in his hand suddenly exploded again. Caught off guard, Gang Dalei's palm was sliced open by the shrapnel, and fresh blood flowed out. What happened? Did it explode again? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Yu's thunder herb. The first time it exploded was because of the treasure, but the second time it exploded was because of the thunder herb. Could it be that the 80-year-old thunder herb was so special that it could cause the treasure to explode again and again? Zi Qianqiu, who was secretly preparing for the battle, thought for a moment, then asked Su Yu, "Can you give me another thunder herb? I have a way to roughly test its resistance." Su Yu did not waste any time, and he threw a root over. Zi Qianqiu caught it, and the person behind him passed him a black gourd. Whiffs of lightning energy flowed out of the gourd. The power of the lightning was not weak. At least when it appeared, the surrounding geniuses all took a step back. Disastrous thunder. The disastrous thunder in the gourd varied in strength, and each type was weak and did not have much power. There are 5 types of disastrous thunder in here. The lowest grade can injure early-stage fairies, while the highest grade can injure middle-stage divine masters. You can use the disastrous thunder to test the thunder herb's resistance. If it really has no resistance, the lowest grade of thunder will be enough to turn it into ashes. Hearing this, the crowd secretly nodded. This method was indeed feasible. The thunder herb was used to resist thunderbolts, so using the thunderbolts to test its resistance was the best way to do so. I remember that you still have disastrous thunder that can injure late-stage divine masters, don't you? Didn't Mo Tianxian ask you to bring it along? Gu Taishu asked coldly. Zi Qianqiu laughed. I did bring it along, but I don't think I will need it. A 9th grade thunder herb can only block disastrous thunder that can injure middle-stage fairies. If it can block 2 disastrous thunder, that is enough to prove its strength. There is no need for more. You are really confident that this thunder herb's resistance is at the 9th grade? Gu Taishu snorted. I did not say that. I was just testing it. Zi Qianqiu was obviously not confident either. Zi Qianqiu then took out a purple thunderbolt. The thunderbolt emitted an aura that made even the half-fairies shudder. Even Suyu took a few steps back. This kind of thunderbolt was the disastrous thunder that one would face when trying to break through to the fairy realm. The purple thunderbolt was like a strand of hair, slowly wrapping around the roots of the thunder herb. Crack! A soft sound of thunder could be heard as the purple thunderbolt danced continuously, as if it wanted to turn the thunder herb into ashes. As for the roots of the thunder herb, they turned pitch black, as if they were really damaged. This scene caused Zi Qianqiu's face to sink. Is this thunder herb really useless? However, right at that moment, the purple thunderbolt flickered, as it was absorbed by the roots. Then, the roots recovered from their charred state. This is absorbing the power of the thunderbolt. Isn't the effect of this thunder herb to resist thunderbolts? What does it mean by absorbing thunderbolts? Even the Almighty Divine Master, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was stunned. Then he suddenly realized something and revealed a look of surprise. TSK, could this be the additional effect of an aged thunder herb? After some spiritual herbs reach the age limit, their effects will be strengthened or even mutated. He then added, an 80-year-old thunder herb's effect changed from being resistant to thunderbolts to absorbing thunderbolts. It's no wonder that the magical treasure could not detect it and exploded instead. That's because the effect of the thunder herb has already mutated. What? There was such a thing? Everyone who heard this was amazed. Humph. Nonsense. It's all based on your guesses. Gu Taishu's face sank slightly. The twist of events had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was not that the thunder herb did not have any resistance, but that it had evolved and gained an even stronger ability to resist thunderbolts, which was to absorb disastrous thunderbolts. He, you know very well whether that's the case or not. Zi Qianqiu took out a second thunderbolt, which had an even more terrifying aura. It was a disastrous thunderbolt that could threaten even middle-stage fairies. Just like before, the thunderbolt wrapped around the roots of the thunder herb. The roots were first charred black. Then they absorbed the thunderbolt. Even such thunderbolts can be absorbed. This is a thunderbolt that can test a 9th-grade resistance. Zi Qianqiu's face relaxed. At this point, the fight for the real dragon's blood would come to an end. As long as Gangdalii was not a fool, he would know what to do. Although it was just a simple comparison of items, its brilliance left the crowd of half-fairies speechless. After a few ups and downs, the final conclusion could finally be reached. Let's see what degree of disastrous thunderbolts this thunder herb can withstand. Zi Qianqiu smiled. He was quite interested in the thunder herb. Chapter 595. Su Yu's eyes flashed. I think we should make a deal first. As for how many disastrous thunders it can withstand, you can test it later. There were too many people here, and there were many experts. It was better to get the real dragon's blood first to avoid any trouble. Zi Qianqiu nodded his head slightly, then calmly stood between Gu Taishu and Su Yu with the other 2 divine masters. It was obvious that they were on guard. Gu Taishu's face darkened, but he did not attack. He just looked at Su Yu and memorized him. Su Yu could feel his murderous intent. It was not that Gu Taishu was afraid of killing Su Yu here, but that everyone believed that Su Yu would definitely return to the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou. Once he returned to Jiuzhou, with Gu Taishu's ability as a late-stage divine master, who would dare stop him from obtaining the real dragon's blood? Moreover, both he and the Red Blood Palace had an important task to complete. The real spirit divine egg the divine master 2Mo had stolen. Whoever obtained the divine master 2Mo's remains would obtain the real spirit divine egg. However, this person had not shown up yet. In other words, no one had obtained the divine master 2Mo's remains. While everyone was silent, Su Yu and Gangdalii exchanged. Holding the amber in his hand, Su Yu was excited as he looked at the fresh blood that was emitting a strange energy. He had obtained the undead herb of the netherworld and the real dragon's blood, two of the three main materials needed to cultivate the evil, destroying silver eyes. Only the lightning avoiding silver pearl was left. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and saw Lu Qi, who had been standing behind Gu Taishu. She was standing sideways, showing off her exquisite and alluring figure. Her neck was as white as porcelain, and her facial features were dignified and beautiful. She looked sacred and inviolable. The cultivation of a god lord and the lofty demeanor he exuded made others look up to him. No one would believe that a half-fairy cultivator had occupied such a perfect puppet half a month ago. The puppet, as if sensing his gaze, Lu Qi's eyes flickered, but she did not turn to look at Su Yu. However, her slender fingers were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, making it impossible for anyone to see what she was thinking. Su Yu felt a wave of guilt in his heart. She wasn't even willing to look at him. She looked at the man in front of her again. He was elegant, handsome, and had an amazing aptitude. This was the first person she had called her beloved after losing her virginity. Taishu! Gu Taishu! After letting out a silent sigh, Su Yu withdrew his gaze. The little Kylin at the side widened its eyes and stared at Lu Qi. It gestured excitedly with its hands, which meant that she looked exactly like it. It was only then that Su Yu realized that the little Kylin's form might cause Lu Qi to misunderstand and think that he still had improper thoughts about her. If he knew that Lu Qi had misunderstood him, he would be speechless. Taishu, half a day is almost up. The Vajra ring won't be able to hold on for much longer. Hurry up. At this moment, Yin-Yang old man looked up at the gap and gradually trembled. Gu Taishu nodded and looked around at the crowd, coldly. Who else wants to exchange their items? If you do, do it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the three divine masters of the Red Blood Palace also became solemn. All right, whatever treasures you have obtained in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, you can take them out and have a look. If there is anything we need, we will surely satisfy you, Zi Qianqiu said calmly. As he looked at the other divine masters, although their expressions didn't change, he could vaguely feel that the atmosphere had changed. Su Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. These 6 divine masters seemed to be waiting for something. All of a sudden, Su Yu was shocked. Could they have come for the little Kylin? Besides the little Kylin, what else could attract the attention of 6 divine masters at the same time? Could they be waiting for someone to take out the divine master, Tumo's relic? As he thought of this, Su Yu secretly felt lucky. It was fortunate that Gu Taishu had forcefully interrupted him and prevented him from taking out the divine master, Tumo's relic. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After waiting for a moment, no one responded. At this moment, the Vajra ring started trembling even more. They didn't have much time left. None of you have it. Gu Taishu squinted his eyes. If that's the case, I'm sorry to inform all of you that there is something in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that is extremely dangerous. You mustn't bring it back to the Jiuzhou world. For the safety of Jiuzhou, take out everything you have. If you have a spatial ring, open it and let us inspect it. What? The crowd was infuriated. Jiuzhou's safety? All of them were geniuses from various regions, so they weren't stupid. It was obvious that they were trying to steal some precious treasure and wanted to search them by force. It was so blatant. How could the geniuses not be infuriated by such an act of humiliation? However, they weren't facing fairies, but divine masters. They were almighty divine masters who ruled over a region and commanded an entire faction. Any one of them could destroy all of them with a flick of their fingers. Su Yu's heart sank as a sense of crisis engulfed him. Divine Master Tu Mo's broken sword and cultivation technique were lying in Su Yu's spatial ring. Once they were searched, there was no way they could escape. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to recognize the broken sword and cultivation technique. However, since they had come prepared, they must have known about Divine Master Tu Mo's relics. Trying to bluff his way through was no different from a fool's dream. If Su Yu tried his luck, he would surely be exposed. At that time, the little Kylan would be snatched away, and Su Yu, who had signed a soul-related contract with the little Kylan, would surely suffer. There was only one way to terminate the contract, and that was through the death of the host. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, and Su Yu was now in grave danger. There weren't just 1 or 2 divine masters present, but 6 of them. Because they were just projections, they only had the power of fairies. However, there were still 6 of them. Regardless of how many tricks Su Yu had up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to fight against 6 of them alone. What Gu Taishu said makes sense. For the safety of Jiuzhou, we have no choice but to wrong all of you. Zi Qianqiu took advantage of the situation and targeted a group of people with the 3 divine masters. Next, it would be a fight between them and Gu Taishu. Whoever could find the person who had Divine Master Tumo's relics first would be able to find the real spirit divine egg. Gu Taishu frowned, but he had no time to stop them. Once the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion closed, they would all be transported back to the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou. Then they would have to face the criticism of the elders of the factions. That would add to the chaos. Old monster, you would most likely interfere. Buzz. At that moment, the elders of Jiuzhou, who didn't know the truth, finally realized that something was amiss. They were shocked that the 6 divine masters were searching for an extremely important item behind their backs. They were furious that the item was most likely with their own faction's disciples. Their naked search was tantamount to trampling on their faction's dignity. Stop! Even though the other party was an almighty divine master, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. There were almighty divine masters in the factions they belonged to, so they didn't need to be too afraid of the almighty divine masters of the Purple Cloud Palace and the Red Blood Palace. The 2 palaces were nominally in charge of the remaining 16 factions, but their relationship was like that of a king and a king. Unless the highest commanders of the 2 palaces, Mo Tianqian and the true man of the Purple Cloud, came personally, the 16 factions didn't need to care about the other strong men of the 2 palaces. Immediately, a shadow descended to stop them. However, the Yinyang old man was already prepared. He weaved signs with one hand, and the Vajra ring suddenly emitted a golden light. The golden light filled the air and covered the gap. The descending shadow was forcefully repelled. The Yinyang old man had already planned for this to happen, so he had tampered with the Vajra ring in advance. Everyone, don't worry. We won't harm any of your disciples. As long as you cooperate with our inspection, you'll be safe, the Yinyang old man said in a hoarse voice. He weaved signs again, and the golden light became even more intense. Now, the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou could no longer see what was happening in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. The crowd was furious, and they glared fiercely at the 6 figures sitting cross-legged on the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou. They were the real bodies of the 6 almighty divine masters. Only their soul consciousnesses had descended, while their real bodies were protected by the later stage fairy realm guards. In fact, even if there were no guards, they wouldn't dare touch their physical bodies. Otherwise, if the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace investigated them, they would die no matter where they went. They were furious and anxious, but they didn't know what was about to happen in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, nor did they know what kind of nature-defying item they were fighting over. While they were anxious, the 6 divine masters of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had already begun their search. The 900 people present were in a state of panic. Many of them were like Su Yu, and they all had secrets that they couldn't divulge. However, under the threat of the almighty divine masters, many of the disciples only felt humiliated. They were confident that they didn't have any dangerous items on them, so they weren't afraid of being searched. Su Yu's mind was racing, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure. He mustn't let them find him. As Divine Master, Tumo's relics were on him. Moreover, there were too many tempting things in his space ring. The Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture The prototype fairy artifact, 5 elemental strong thunder seal. The real spirit dragon veins. Which one of them wasn't a treasure that would bring about a fatal disaster? At that moment, the 6 divine masters had already begun their search of the first group of people. Those who have been searched, leave this area immediately. You are not allowed to stay. Gu Taishu said coldly. His cold words caused Su Yu's heart to sink even more. Were they already prepared for someone to escape? 100 miles was just the right distance for them to lock onto with their souls. Their search was very fast, and they could easily determine whether a person had any hidden items on them with just a glance. You are courting death. Suddenly, a cold snort could be heard. It was Zi Qianqiu, who was inspecting a wandering disciple. He slapped the disciple's abdomen with his palm, and a small white gourd was shaken out of the disciple's mouth. The gourd was a spatial storage artifact. The disciple swallowed it into his stomach, but he still couldn't escape being inspected. Zi Qianqiu grabbed the ring and forcefully erased its owner's imprint. He then scanned it with his powerful soul and snorted coldly. Demon Yang elixir? And demonic treasures? Humph! Why is the item of my demon faction's disciple in your hands? Are you the one who killed my demon faction's disciple? Zi Qianqiu didn't give the disciple a chance to speak. He waved his sleeves, and the wandering disciple was sent flying 100 meters away. The disciple screamed in pain as he fell from the divine sparrow stage. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. I will deal with you later. Next. Zi Qianqiu said coldly. Chapter 596. Some suspicious wandering martial artists were pulled out and knocked unconscious on the spot, awaiting punishment later. In just a few minutes, more than 100 people had been searched. As the crowd thinned, the possibility of escape became lower and lower. Su Yu's heart sank. This was his only option. Suddenly, a pitiful scream could be heard from the crowd. A silver-haired, white-robed figure had turned into a rain of blood, splattering everywhere. Oh no! These divine masters are going to kill people! Someone in the crowd shouted in fear. The strange situation immediately attracted the attention of the 6 divine masters. Humph! Trying to create chaos? Zi Qianqiu's expression turned cold. He shook his sleeves, and a black whirlwind flew out from his sleeves, accurately landing on the spot where the person who had spoken had been. The voice stopped abruptly. Amidst the noisy crowd, no one heard the soft sound, and no one noticed a faintly discernible pink mist gradually disappearing. The panicked crowd did not care who had been killed. From the first person being killed to Zi Qianqiu's killing, the crowd, who had been relatively peaceful, began to panic. Let's run. Some wandering martial artists who had been guilty immediately added fuel to the fire. At that moment, the crowd became restless. The 800 or 900 people, who were in a state of panic, rushed out of the divine sparrow stage. Even the projections of the 6 divine masters could not stop such a huge crowd. Whoever dares to move, I will kill them. Zi Qianqiu shouted angrily. Run! These divine masters are going to kill people. Zi Qianqiu's threatening words had caused the crowd to panic even more. Zi Qianqiu's eyes flashed coldly, and he casually waved his hand to create another whirlwind, shattering the person who had spoken. Only a few people noticed that after the person who had spoken was shattered, he had turned into specks of light. That was a doppelganger created by someone who was pretending to be mysterious. In the crowd, Su Yu's expression was grave. This chaos had obviously been caused by his clone, so that he could take advantage of the situation. Su Yu had successfully left the divine sparrow stage by blending in with the crowd. He immediately left the crowd, choosing to escape alone. As expected, those god lords prioritized stopping the majority of the fleeing crowd. You want to leave? Stay here. With an angry roar, a crack appeared between Gu Taishu's brows. A large amount of purple light shot out from the gap. The radiance was like a piece of cloth, blotting out the sun and covering 100 miles of the sky. After being illuminated by the purple light, all the cultivators within 100 miles felt as if their true chi and spiritual chi had been sealed. Many people were like birds that had lost their wings, falling from the sky and smashing into the ground, smashing into meat paste. For a time, there were countless casualties. Su Yu was also enveloped by the purple light, and his figure fell straight down at once. Even though the small Kylan had turned into an illusory body, it was still unable to resist the purple light. It was so scared that it started struggling around. Then it grabbed Su Yu, and it hugged him tightly like a four-clawed octopus, while it cried out unceasingly. What a terrifying purple light! It could even ignore the illusory body of the little Kylan and forcefully confine the spiritual energy and true chi. Seeing that he and the small Kylan were about to fall to their deaths, Su Yu activated all of the energy in his body. However, apart from his physical strength, he had no other power to borrow. They were only 100 feet from the ground. With their current falling speed, there was no doubt that they would be smashed into meat paste. Su Yu felt a great sense of crisis. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly appeared in his dantian. It was not vital energy or spiritual energy, but lightning. After sensing it, he found out that it was the crystal formed by the lightning in Su Yu's dantian. That day at the Thunder Emperor Mountain, Su Yu had accidentally discovered that a crystal formed by lightning had appeared in his dantian. Su Yu had treated it as a crystal to store lightning, so he had not paid much attention to it. He had not expected that even though his vital energy and spiritual energy had been sealed, only the lightning energy within the thunder crystal was not affected. Su Yu's eyes lit up. At that critical moment, he weaved signs with one hand. Sizzle! With a soft sound of thunder, Su Yu and the small Kylan's bodies were covered by a layer of lightning. The thunder escape technique had been activated. Just as their feet were about to touch the ground, they teleported away by a hair's breadth. On the divine sparrow stage, the crack between Gu Taishu's brows slowly closed. When the purple light disappeared, there was not a single person left in the sky. They had all fallen to the ground, smashed into meat paste. This move had killed more than 200 people at the same time. Those who had not lost their lives were heavily injured from the fall. The ground was littered with broken limbs, as well as internal organs hanging from the branches of the trees. It was a bloody sight. Many of the geniuses froze on the spot. They had all been shocked by this bloody method, and none of them dared to escape. The 3 divine masters of the Red Blood Palace wore grave expressions, while Ziqianzhou's expression was even more unsightly. That purple light had even sealed his soul body. Gu Taishu's power was only known from the rumors. Before they had started fighting, Ziqianzhou was still confident that the 3 of them could put up a fight. But now, he knew that they had no chance of winning against Gu Taishu. He was even more frightening than the rumors had said. Did one of them escape? It's still that lad. Gu Taishu looked in Su Yu's direction, his expression cold. Yin Yang, go and capture that lad. He was the one who caused trouble just now. Gu Taishu instructed. Yin Yang, old man, nodded. Junior brother, please wait for a moment. All of you continue searching here. I will also go and capture that lad. Ziqianzhou's eyes flashed as he spoke. He certainly wouldn't allow Gu Taishu's people to capture Su Yu, as it was obvious that they wanted to take back the real dragon's blood from Su Yu. Gu Taishu frowned slightly. His gaze shifted and fell on Lu Qi. If that's the case, here you go. Yin old man's eyes were more adept at communicating with the spirits of the dead in the world, so they could be considered as support. In terms of combat power, Lu Qi was still a notch higher. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qi nodded and bit her lip slightly. It belonged to the person she did not want to face the most. Ever since she had descended, Su Yu had always been in front of her, but she had never looked at him face to face. However, She had to obey her senior brother's orders. She was the only one present who could deal with Zi Qianqiu. Without looking at Zi Qianqiu, Lu Chui spun an ancient golden bamboo in her palm. It was the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. As he infused his vital energy into the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, the space attribute was activated. It engulfed Lu Chui and disappeared. At the same time, Zi Qianqiu also released a whirlwind from his sleeves, which brought him away from this place at an astonishing speed. How amazing was the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo's spatial attribute! In just a few breaths, Lu Chui had caught up with him. 30,000 miles away, golden light filled the air. Lu Chui's beautiful figure flickered, and her beautiful eyes swept over the rocks on the ground. There was a faint remnant of lightning there, which was a sign that she had used the thunder escape technique. You are still as alert as ever. Did you escape immediately after using the thunder escape technique? However, I won't let you escape so easily. Lu Chui locked onto a certain direction, and with a flicker of golden light, she disappeared once again. After a short while, Zi Qianqiu, who had chased after Suyu all the way here, revealed a meaningful smile. Lad, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As he spoke, his figure flickered and he flew away. After half a cup of tea's time in a dense forest, Zi Qianqiu landed in an underground karst cave. He held a gourd in his hand, which contained the disastrous thunders. All right, come out. Zi Qianqiu landed and said calmly, I know the Divine Master Tumo's relic is in your hands. A ripple of spiritual energy came from the underground karst cave, along with Su Yu's deep voice. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zi Qianqiu chuckled. Now that things have come to this, is there still a need to hide it? The people of the soul-seizing palace were sent to look for Divine Master Tumo's relic, and they already knew where it was. However, you killed them all. So, if there is anyone who is most likely to have obtained Divine Master Tumo's relic, it can only be you. So, you already knew that I had taken Divine Master Tumo's relic, but you pretended not to know. Suyu thought to himself. Zi Qianqiu landed on the ground and stomped his foot on it. In an instant, the ground split open and revealed the lava that had been hidden underground. Of course, in order to not attract Gu Taishu's attention, I had no choice but to use this method. I pretended that I didn't know anything, and even helped you obtain the blood of the real dragon. I didn't expect that you would actually think of a way to escape from the divine sparrow stage. This saved me a lot of trouble. If I had found the relic on the divine sparrow stage, I would have had to deal with him. Su Yu's tone became even deeper. One last question. How did you find me? Along the way, I already cleared all traces of the thunderbolts nearby. Isn't that simple? You used the disastrous thunder in my gourd. When you were unprepared, I sent a thread of disastrous thunder into your body. The disastrous thunder could sense each other. So did you think that it would take me any effort to find you? Su Yu suddenly understood. I see. Thank you for telling me. What do you mean? Zi Qianqiu felt that something was amiss. A ball of light rushed out of the cave, revealing a crimson figure. A clone? Zi Qianqiu's expression sank. The crimson clone reached into his body and took out a purple thunderbolt, which was as thin as a strand of hair. He smiled. Is this the thunderbolt? Creak. With 2 fingers, the clone destroyed the thunderbolt. He then turned into a ball of light and disappeared from his original position. This lad was already on guard against me. Zi Qianqiu's eyes shone with a cold light. Why did Su Yu's clone carry that thunderbolt? It was not a coincidence. Su Yu had already detected the hidden thunderbolt within his body. Damn it! Zi Qianqiu was furious. He had actually been fooled by such a low-level trick. The reason for this was that he had underestimated Su Yu, hundreds of thousands of miles away. At the place where Suyu had first used the thunder escape technique, the giant boulder suddenly started tumbling. Then, two figures appeared from beneath the boulder. They were Suyu and the little Kylan. You wanted to follow me with such little tricks? Suyu chuckled. It turned out that he had never left after using the thunder escape technique. Instead, he had released his clone and taken the disastrous thunderbolt away. Just as I expected, they were really looking for the divine master, Tumo's remains. Or rather, they were looking for the little Kylan. Squeak! Squeak! The little Kylan's face was filled with excitement as it gestured with its hands. It completely treated this life and death escape as a fun game. Suyu was annoyed. While you were playing a game, I was risking my life. As he spoke, he rubbed the little Kylan's head. Thank you for what you did just now. Without the little Kylan in the crowd, Suyu would not have been able to start the escape so easily. The little Kylan really liked being rubbed like this. It squinted its eyes and laughed as it rubbed its head against Suyu's chest. Get your dirty hands off me. Chapter 5:97. Suyu's whole body stiffened, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was all too familiar with this voice. Suyu's feelings were extremely complicated. The beautiful figure standing silently behind him had a dignified and beautiful face with a noble and inviolable temperament, as well as a pair of eyes that were as clear and cold as the deep winter snow. Who else could it be other than Luchi? At this moment, her eyes were cold, and she was staring at Suyu and the little Kylan with an unfriendly expression. Shameless. Luchi's face turned red, not knowing whether it was out of anger or embarrassment. Suyu had just realized that the little Kylan was a teenage version of Luchi. Suyu's intimate actions would surely be misunderstood as his lust for her. Suyu was speechless, and he could only smile bitterly. How could this be? What's wrong with her? I will give you a chance to explain yourself. Luchi raised her brows and pointed at the little Kylan, her tone somewhat reproachful. Suyu was speechless, but this misunderstanding really needed to be resolved. Actually. Perhaps it was because he had been with the teenage version of Luchi for too long. But facing the real Luchi, Suyu could not get used to it, so he called her an affectionate name. Luchi had a strange feeling in her heart. The last time they had met, Suyu had still called her senior. It had only been a short time, but he was already calling her name. Looking at Suyu's hesitant expression, Luchi thought that this was most likely the case. Suyu could not forget her, so perhaps he had fallen in love with her. All right, don't say any more. I understand your feelings. Luchi interrupted Suyu, her emotions complicated. Suyu opened his mouth. I haven't said anything yet. What do you understand? Your feelings for me are no longer a burden. Luchi looked at the little Kylan, her expression one of understanding. But there is no possibility between us. I have someone I love, and you have your own future. What happened between us? You have to forget. You must also forget me. Suyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The little Kylan had transformed into a teenage girl, and Luchi had actually thought that he had fallen in love with her. Wait, Luchi interrupted him, her eyes filled with determination. Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. Just remember what I said and forget me. This is an order. Suyu was anxious. Say no more. Luchi looked a little annoyed. She scolded. What else do you want to say now? I've already made myself very clear. I already have someone I like. There's no possibility between us. Suyu was going crazy. Luchi felt that Suyu was too stubborn and that he was still unwilling to give up. Her face tensed up and became ice cold. I will say it one last time. You are not allowed to like me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Humph. Luchi snorted and turned to leave. Suyu finally got a chance to speak. You misunderstood me. I don't like you. Luchi, who had just turned around, suddenly froze. She slowly turned her head back. Her snow-white face was like a rainbow in the sky, and all kinds of expressions appeared at the same time. "You, what did he say?" Lu Qi asked with difficulty. She suddenly realized that she might have misunderstood from the beginning. Su Yu revealed a faint smile and took off his bamboo hat, revealing his handsome face. In the cool breeze, her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, together with her smile. She looked like a fairy, like a poem or a dream. Su Yu opened his mouth and said sincerely, "I have someone I like. You have misunderstood me. She is my spiritual pet, and it transformed on its own." Hearing this, the little Kylan nodded its head, its big eyes sizing up Lu Qi curiously. When it saw the expression on her face, it revealed a doubtful expression. It seemed to be wondering why this woman, who looked exactly like it, had so many strange colors on her face. Lu Qi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her snow-white face blushed, and the blush spread to her ears, then to her cheeks and finally to her neck. It was as if she was wearing a red veil. It was extremely mesmerizing. She had misunderstood. How was Su Yu in love with her? It was clearly her wishful thinking. Thinking back to how she had asked him to forget about her and not to like her, Lu Qi felt that Su Yu had played a malicious joke on her. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Shyness filled her heart, and it kept accumulating. Finally, it turned into anger. "Are you saying that you don't like me, and that you like someone else?" Lu Qi lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her face, and her expression could not be seen. Su Yu, who looked like a handsome youth in the wind, smiled. "You finally understand. Your worries were unnecessary." Lu Qi was silent, and her shoulders started to tremble. Su Yu was shocked. "Is she crying?" "Someone else. Someone else. He, someone else." Lu Qi raised her head suddenly. Her snow-white eyes filled with flames of anger. Her whole body was in a violent rage. Su Yu was startled. He had been wrong. Her shoulders trembled. And sometimes it was not because she was crying, but because she was angry. "I will kill you." Lu Qi did not understand why she was so angry. She was ashamed, angry, and wronged. Sizzle, the golden, heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, appeared in her hand. She waved it in the air, and a golden fox emitted the power of space, cutting everything in its path. Su Yu's eyelids twitched. Ever since the demon had opened a gap in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, the rules that restricted the fairy realm seemed to have been broken. If this strike landed, even if he did not die, he would at least be half dead. Su Yu, who was as beautiful as a handsome youth in the wind, did not dare to stay. He put on his bamboo hat, turned around, and used the thunder escape to escape. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? I had feelings for you, but you said you would kill me. Now I say I have no feelings for you, but you still want to kill me. What are you trying to do?" His words were obviously adding fuel to the fire. "Ah, I will kill you, be asterisk starred." Lu Qi was even angrier when she heard this. She used the power of space to chase after Su Yu. Lu Qi's attacks were ruthless, and Su Yu was constantly in danger. He could not help but be slightly angry. Crazy woman, this is ridiculous. His guilt towards Lu Qi had been greatly reduced by her mindless pursuit. "Yes, I must be crazy to have let you go in the past. Now I regret it. I will kill you." With a flash of golden light, Lu Qi caught up with Su Yu. "Damn it, what is going on?" Su Yu was confused. "I am not afraid of you." Since he could not escape, Su Yu clenched his teeth and faced her head-on. The blue pearl in the dry cloud 5 elemental formation flickered, and a blue light screen appeared as it was infused with vital energy. Dong! The heavenly orchid silver bamboo attacked the blue light screen, causing it to shake violently. "You still dare to attack me?" Lu Qi was even angrier. She recalled the unforgettable snowy night in the Ice Soul Divine Dream Formation. Su Yu had never left her, but now he was attacking her. She felt wronged. After losing her virginity to him, he no longer felt pity for her. She was so angry that she did not think. She was about to kill Su Yu. If he did not retaliate, would he just sit there and wait to be killed? Break. I will kill you. Lu Qi, who was even angrier, attacked without any hesitation. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo flickered with a golden light, and the shaking blue light screen shattered. Su Yu was shocked. This light screen should have been easily blocked by someone at the early stage of the fairy realm, but it had been broken by Lu Qi, whose cultivation had been suppressed to the early stage of the fairy realm. This woman's battle prowess was extremely powerful. Without any obstruction, the silver bamboo in Lu Qi's palm flew toward Su Yu. At such a critical moment, Su Yu's space ring flickered with a blue light, and with a spin, it appeared on Su Yu's chest. At this moment, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo attacked, but the green light ball bounced the heavenly orchid silver bamboo back. The blue light ball in front of Su Yu's chest dimmed, and its true form was revealed. It was a blue ruler. Its whole body was carved with strange symbols, and it looked extremely mysterious. This was the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion's Guardian's Legacy Saint artifact, a middle-grade spiritual artifact, the sixth directional ruler. Die. Lu Qi seemed to have gone crazy. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo flickered, and with the use of space power, it disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared behind Su Yu. However, the sixth directional ruler seemed to be able to predict the next attack's location, as it returned to Su Yu's back and repelled the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. With a flash of a golden light, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo teleported to its next location. Strangely, the sixth directional ruler once again predicted the opponent's location and went to defend it. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was repelled once again. Then the heavenly orchid silver bamboo teleported again, while the sixth directional ruler predicted the next attack. Su Yu's body flickered with golden and blue light continuously. No matter how tricky the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's attacks were, they were all predicted by the sixth directional ruler and blocked in advance. After all, the sixth directional ruler contained Tianjizi's divine decree's trajectory. It could predict the opponent's attack trajectory, and it was impeccable. Good. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've already obtained a new treasure. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Lu Qi was getting angrier and angrier. However, before she could attack, Su Yu said coldly, "Enough! This is the end." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dry cloud 5 elemental formations spread out, trapping Lu Qi and Yifeng within a 10-zhang radius. "It's this formation again. You can't trap me." Lu Qi coldly snorted, as her slender palm streaked across the sky. A golden arc of light flickered, and it tore apart the dry cloud 5 elemental formations light screen. Su Yu wasn't surprised, as the vital energy of a single vital energy crystal wasn't enough to fully utilize the dry cloud 5 elemental formations power. It would be able to trap an early stage fairy, but it wouldn't be effective against someone as powerful as Lu Qi. Humph! A large number of black threads flew out of Su Yu's sleeves. They were as thin as long hair, and they emitted a mysterious light. As the black threads flew out, they coiled around Lu Qi, who was within the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. "Open!" As Lu Qi snorted, several golden leaves flew out of her bosom. They were the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo's bamboo leaves. Not only did these leaves contain space power, but they were also extremely sharp and tough. Sizzle! As they spun in the air, 3 bamboo leaves streaked across the light screen, creating a 10-zhang-long fissure. After turning around once, they turned into a golden remnant thread, which cut through the black threads. Wherever the golden remnant thread passed, a black fissure was created in the space. Buzz! However, The shocking thing was that the black threads didn't break. They were only slightly bent by the golden leaves' power. Soon after, they bounced off the golden leaves with a shocking, rebounding force. Impossible. Lu Chui was shocked. With the sharpness of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo leaves, even a top-grade spiritual artifact would leave a mark on it, much less a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Shockingly, the inconspicuous black threads had bounced off the bamboo leaves without suffering any damage. How could she know that this was a treasure left behind by Elder Tianjizi, the real spirit dragon's tendon? If she recovered her divine master cultivation level, she should be able to deal with it. However, her current cultivation level was suppressed to the fairy realm, which was far from enough. As she cried out in alarm, the true spirit dragon tendons descended. They were as thin as hair and tightly wrapped around her. Her legs were tightly bound, and her hands were tied behind her back. Only the area above her neck was unrestrained. Open! The bound Lu Chui was shocked, struggling to free herself from the dragon tendon. But the more she struggled, the tighter the tendon became. In the midst of her struggle, Lu Chui lost her balance and fell face first. Thud! Her beautiful and dignified face made intimate contact with the ground. Her nostrils flared, and her beautiful face was stained with dust. Even so, it didn't diminish her beauty. Let me go! Lu Chui raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Su Yu with hatred. She clenched her teeth, her words cold. Meeting her hateful gaze, Su Yu's heart shuddered, and he felt a sense of loss. He had wanted to compensate Lu Chui for what he owed her. Lu Chui seemed to have forgiven him, but the situation had developed to this point. Waving his sleeves, Su Yu put away the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Looking at the bound Lu Chui, he suddenly felt dispirited. Fine, I owe you my innocence. Once I have resolved this matter, I will give you an explanation. Now I can't give you my life. Su Yu untied the real spirit dragon's tendon and released her. Lu Chui was stunned. She hadn't expected Su Yu to say such a thing. She had gradually calmed down, and hearing the helplessness in Su Yu's words, her mood became even gloomier. It's as if I'm forcing you to die. Lu Chui silently waited for Su Yu to untie the dragon's tendon. Looking at his face, which was just inches away from her, so solemn and so unfamiliar. After this matter, their relationship would become even more distant, even more indifferent, even more unfamiliar. In the snowy night, the light in the small house, the scene of them sleeping in each other's arms, was quickly fading away from her. They could never return to the way they were before, could they? An indistinct pain rippled in the depths of her heart. When she was in trouble, when she had fallen from a divine master to a mortal, when she had been helpless, it had been an ordinary youth who had used an ordinary heart and an ordinary embrace to give her an extraordinary night. It was an extraordinary snowy night, and it was an extraordinary memory. These experiences weren't deep, but as she felt them fade away, she realized how precious they were. She knew that she was about to lose that gentle, smiling youth. She was about to lose something that she could never get back. After this farewell, they would never be able to return to the way they were before. Anxious, Lu Chui struggled for a moment, but she couldn't give up. Gathering her courage, she said, "Actually..." Su Yu paused, looking at Lu Chui, waiting for her to finish. When she met Su Yu's unfamiliar eyes, Lu Chui suddenly felt desolate, and her heart felt empty. She stopped explaining and sighed softly. "It's nothing. Let go of me. You can go your way and I'll go mine." Then what she wanted to say was that from now on they would go their separate ways, never to be linked again. However, those words were so heavy that she couldn't bring herself to say them. Swoosh! Right at that moment, a black air current suddenly shot out from the ground beneath their feet, biting toward Su Yu. The black air current contained a terrifying poison. The ground was melted into black mud. If a human's body came into contact with it, They would definitely die. This thing had appeared so suddenly and without any warning. Neither Su Yu nor Lu Qi had noticed it. Now it was too late to hide, and Su Yu didn't even have the chance to take out his magical treasure. His heart skipped a beat, and the feeling of death engulfed him. He had been careless. He had forgotten about the other person, Zi Qianqiu. After he had been deceived, he had guessed that Su Yu was hiding in the place where he had first used the lightning escape. Now he was going to give Su Yu a fatal blow. The defenseless Su Yu's heart gradually sank, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Chapter 598. Creak. The sound of space being torn apart could be heard without any warning. At such a critical moment, Su Yu's body was engulfed by a golden light as he teleported 30 feet away. The black air brushed past the golden light as it shot into the sky. The roof of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion was now pitch black, as if it was being corroded. Su Yu was still in shock, so he immediately infused his vital energy into the 6-directional ruler to activate it. Then he looked at Lu Qi. Swoosh! A golden leaf spun under Su Yu's feet and flew back to Lu Qi's slender palm. She calmly retrieved the golden bamboo leaf, her bright eyes flickering with a strange light. She turned her head away, as if she did not want to meet Su Yu's gaze. Then she calmly said, "You can only die by my hands." Su Yu was startled. Is that really the case? Opposite them, a mass of demonic fog was wriggling and slowly emerging from the ground. A black-robed figure, with his hands hidden in his sleeves, walked out of the demonic fog in a mysterious manner. Hee. I was surprised that you would block an attack for him. A hoarse voice came from the figure's mouth. Lu Qi played with her hair and asked, "Have you finally realized that you have been tricked, Zi Qianqiu?" "I admit that I have underestimated this lad's cunning." The black-robed figure was undoubtedly Zi Qianqiu. He glanced at Su Yu with a cold look in his eyes. Cunning. Yes, he is indeed cunning. That's right. If I didn't know him well, I would have been tricked into chasing after his doppelganger, just like you. Lu Qi agreed with this point. From their experience together, Su Yu was not only powerful, but also meticulous. He was not easy to deal with. Su Yu laughed bitterly. No matter how cunning he was, Lu Qi had seen through him long ago. However, with your status, using a sneak attack was unexpected. Lu Qi played with the heavenly orchid silver bamboo in her palm. With his cultivation, you did not need to use a sneak attack. In fact, you wanted to sneak attack me, didn't you? As she spoke, Lu Qi abruptly struck the ground under her feet. With a rumbling sound, the ground under her feet cracked open. The black demonic energy, which was 10 times more powerful than the one that had attacked Su Yu, suddenly appeared and was destroyed by the golden light. That mouthful of black devil qi was just a diversion. Zi Qianqiu sucked in a deep breath, and his smile gradually disappeared. You are indeed difficult to deal with. Why would he need to use a sneak attack to deal with Su Yu? He had intended to launch a sneak attack on Lu Qi, but his plan had been easily seen through and neutralized. I will search him. Step down. Lu Qi stepped forward and stood between Zi Qianqiu and Su Yu. Lu Qi's aura was very strong. She looked valiant and magnificent. I'm afraid it's not up to you. Zi Qianqiu was determined to win. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo in Lu Qi's palm spun and shone with golden light, making her beautiful and calm face look sacred and inviolable. You can't do anything to me. As a proud daughter of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, her strength was something that many of the older generation could only marvel at. Of course, it is difficult for me to be alone. But who told you that I am alone? Zi Qianqiu smiled mysteriously, and a human-shaped puppet flew out from his bosom. Su Yu had seen that puppet before, as Shangguan Wan'er had used it more than once. What was different was that this wooden puppet was not carved in Mo Tianquan's likeness, but in the likeness of an unfamiliar person. Inspector Hongwan? Is this the wooden puppet that sealed a strand of her soul? Lu Qi recognized the person at first glance and was shocked. Zi Qianqiu laughed coldly. It seems like you also know about the existence of the inspector. If you don't want your soul to be injured, leave immediately. Inspector Hongwan's soul, even if it is just a strand, is not something you can handle. Inspector Hongwan? Who? Lu Qi looked hesitant, as she was very afraid of the puppet. Your Purple Cloud Palace is wavering and has yet to submit to that lord. He has sent inspectors to be stationed in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands for a long time to monitor your Purple Cloud Palace, as well as the factions under its jurisdiction. In such a place, if you summon her soul, do you think she will show mercy to you? If she injures your soul, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Su Yu looked on coldly from the side. A strand of Inspector Hongwan's soul could consign Lu Qi to eternal damnation. Without a doubt, she was a supreme existence that surpassed the divine master, an all-creation old monster, Mo Tianxian, the true man of the purple cloud, and Inspector Hongwan were the three all-creation old monsters of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. After struggling for a while, Lu Qi slowly retreated. She looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. Her eyes filled with a cold light. You, take care of yourself. Turning her head, Lu Qi's body shone with a golden light as she teleported away. As soon as she left, she looked back. Su Yu's figure became more and more blurry in her beautiful eyes. In the yin-yang formation, she had once put Su Yu in danger for her own sake. Now that he was in danger, she had once again abandoned him and left. She knew that there was no longer any friendship between them. Perhaps this was their fate. Regardless of whether Zi Qianqiu came or not, they would never have anything to do with each other again. Slowly closing her eyes, Lu Qi's heart was filled with bitterness. Moreover, when she looked back, Su Yu was also looking at her. When their eyes met, Lu Qi could not see any surprise, disappointment, or emotion in his eyes. It was as if Su Yu had already expected Lu Qi to make such a choice. His unfamiliar gaze made Lu Qi feel very uncomfortable. At that moment, the power of space engulfed her and took her away, disappearing without a trace. She had abandoned Su Yu, along with the past that she had cherished so much. Holding the puppet in his hand, Zi Qianqiu was slightly disappointed. She ran away quickly. If I could take this chance to injure her soul, I would be able to cut off her path of cultivation. If one's soul was injured, their path of cultivation would become extremely difficult. The Purple Cloud Palace already had Gu Taishu, who only appeared once in 1,000 years. It would be great if they could take this chance to get rid of a genius like Lu Qi. Lad, hand it over. You know what I want. Zi Qianqiu's black shadow flickered as he strode toward Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu was the only one facing this almighty divine master. Su Yu stared the puppet in fear. Zi Qianqiu's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the fairy realm. If Su Yu fought him to the death, he might be able to survive. However, the puppet posed a real threat to Su Yu's soul. Lu Qi's decision to retreat was definitely a wise one. Zi Qianqiu could fight her, but the puppet could not. Without hesitation, Su Yu's body surged with lightning as he used the thunder escape technique. However, the teleportation did not take place. A faintly discernible, binding power locked down the surrounding space. When he looked back, he saw that the puppet in Zi Qianqiu's hand had already been activated and was emitting a faint blue light. From afar, the puppet looked like a blue crystal doll, which was extremely beautiful. You want to escape? Is that even possible? The blue puppet had only emitted a faint light, but it had already locked down the surrounding space. With Su Yu's current cultivation, he would not be able to break through the seal and escape. Wow! At this moment, the small Kylin suddenly cried out as it patted the space in front of it in surprise. A ball of misty blue light was revolving around it. The small Kylin, which had taken on a human form, gradually revealed its true form under the illumination of the blue light. The pink Kylin, which was the size of a palm, was faintly discernible. The blue light emitted by the puppet not only had the effect of binding, but it also had the effect of breaking through the void. Within a radius of 100 miles, any enemy's disguise or concealment technique would be broken through. The small Kylin's disguise was unexpectedly broken through by the puppet, revealing its true form, a young, immortal spirit. Zi Qianqiu was shocked. It has already hatched. Apart from being shocked, Zi Qianqiu was also overjoyed. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Even the heavens are helping me. If I bring this object to you, it will surely be a great achievement. Absorb." As Zi Qianqiu activated his vital energy into the puppet, the blue light surrounding the small Kylin became even more intense. Two illusory palms stretched out from the blue light and tried to grab the small Kylin. The small Kylin furrowed its nose angrily as it stomped on the air with its 4 hooves. Its small body then turned from solid to intangible. It raised its head and flew back into Su Yu's palm proudly. However, what was even more shocking was that the blue palm was actually grabbing the small Kylin's back hoof. In fact, it was exactly the same as the divine light between Gu Taishu's brows. The small Kylin panicked as it struggled to break free from Su Yu's grasp. However, the blue palm grabbed the small Kylin and flew towards Zi Qianqiu. Su Yu's face darkened. The small Kylin had helped him many times without asking for anything in return. It could be said that Su Yu owed it many favors. So, how could he just watch as it was snatched away? Chapter 599. He grabbed the small Kylin with one hand and formed a seal with the other. A chain made of demonic energy shot out of his sleeves and lashed out at Su Yu. Humph! Su Yu snorted coldly. A green light flickered in front of him as the ruler was activated. It had predicted the chain's attack in advance and blocked it. A middle-grade spiritual artifact? Lad, you have many treasures on you. Fine, I'll kill you and search you thoroughly to see what's so strange about you. Zi Qianqiu was delighted. Creak! Another 3 chains shot out of his sleeves. The 4 chains attacked at the same time, choosing different directions. Although the ruler's prediction ability was powerful, its weakness was that it was only effective against a single attack. One of the chains was blocked, but the other 3 managed to break through and attack Su Yu's body. Creak! Suddenly, a black light flickered on Su Yu's body, and the Eternal Stone King armor appeared on his body. At the same time, he took out a crystal and embedded it into the armor. After a long time, the Eternal Stone King armor finally embedded the crystal again. The Jinqi in the crystal was absorbed by the Eternal Stone King armor like a whale sucking in air, forming an indistinct membrane on its surface. However, the crystal immediately turned into powder. The broken red crystal had been used 3 times, but the intact one had only been used once. Su Yu realized that the red crystal was not an ordinary crystal. He didn't have time to think about it, so he moved his shoulder and dodged another chain. However, he couldn't dodge the other 2. Bang! The chains hit the light screen, and Su Yu felt as if a huge mountain had been thrown at him. The oppressive force was acting on Su Yu's body through the armor, making it difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, the light screen couldn't be penetrated, and the 2 chains bounced back. A semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. No, it's a broken high-grade spiritual artifact, defensive armor. Zi Qianqiu was shocked once again, and his eyes shone with greed. Very good. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Using the chain's power, Su Yu quickly chased after it like an arrow that had left a bow, then grabbed the small Kylin. At the same time, a golden light flickered in his sleeves, and a small golden sword appeared, cutting the blue palm in half. The small Kylin had just calmed down from its fright, so it pounced into Su Yu's bosom, rubbed its head against it, then went into the 9 jade spiritual pearl to take refuge. You have another dimension? Zi Qianqiu became anxious. Fine, after I kill you, everything will be mine. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Su Yu snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zi Qianqiu laughed and said, You are indeed interesting. You dare to challenge me with just a few treasures? Zi Qianqiu's demonic aura surged out of his body like a raging flame. That majestic aura and boundless pressure were not something that an early-stage fairy could compare to. After all, he was a divine master, and even though he was just a projection, he was still much stronger than ordinary early-stage fairies. Fortunately, it was only a projection. Although its aura was strong, its power was not even 1% of the real body's. Really? I am curious as to where a soul body gets the confidence to clamor in front of me. Su Yu said coldly, white flames dancing in his eyes. This flame was hard to see with the naked eye, and could only be seen by the soul state. Zi Qianqiu, who was just about to kill Su Yu, suddenly felt a strange heat. When he looked at it, subconsciously he was shocked. A soul flame. Moreover, it was a flame that could burn the soul of an early-stage fairy. His projection was only a part of his soul, so it was not much stronger than an early-stage fairy's soul. This kind of flame was the perfect counter to him. How dare you? Zi Qianqiu stared at Su Yu. You have already tried to kill my people and search my treasures. So, do you think that I won't dare? Su Yu sneered as he shot out the soul flame. The white flame ignored the space around it and immediately burned Zi Qianqiu's body. Even though he was a soul body, his soul was still being burned. Ah! Zi Qianqiu cried out in pain as he hurriedly revolved his demonic energy to extinguish the flame. However, no matter how much his demonic energy surged, it was useless against the soul flame. As Zi Qianqiu screamed miserably, a layer of his soul was burned away, and his body became thinner. His soul had already suffered substantial damage. Ah, little bastard, I will make you die a horrible death. Zi Qianqiu shouted angrily as he screamed miserably. A dignified divine master had unexpectedly been injured by a small fry. Zi Qianqiu had no choice but to channel a large amount of vital energy into the puppet in his palm when he saw that the flames were still burning and that the puppet was about to be extinguished. Buzz! Buzz! The blue light was like a tangible ripple, radiating from the doll in all directions. The sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. However, as the blue light enveloped the entire space, it started to crystallize. Starting from 100 miles away, it started to crystallize inwards. The forest, mountains, grass, and trees had all turned into blue crystals. Su Yu saw the flying beasts turn into crystals and freeze in the air. Their eyes were filled with fear, as their life force had been completely devoured by the crystallization. Su Yu saw the beasts on the ground, who were fleeing for their lives, being overtaken by the crystallization and turned into a vivid blue crystal statue. After the blue puppet activated everything, the 100 miles around it started to turn into a giant crystal. All of the living beings within it were killed. In just a few breaths' time, everything around Su Yu had turned into blue crystals. Master Hong Wan's technique, Blue Death. Even in all creation, old monster might be frozen to death. I really want to see who can save you today. Zi Qianqiu held the puppet in his hand, while the crystallization went around him and surged toward Su Yu. The blue crystals condensed quickly, and soon there was only 10 miles of space left around Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was grave as he faced the crystallization. He felt as if he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resisting. Was this an all-creation old monster's technique? It was mighty and unstoppable. In an instant, only 3 miles remained of the 10 miles. A thin layer of blue crystals started to condense on the surface of Su Yu's skin. Beneath his invisible skin, his blood vessels, flesh, and blood started to crystallize. His life force was quickly draining away. Even if the crystallization didn't attack him, it would still be able to take Su Yu's life from 3 miles away. Could it be that he really had to stop here? His pupils reflected the white clouds, as well as the distant horizon. 2 beautiful figures and 2 faces flashed across his mind, turning into memories that couldn't be erased. I mustn't die. At the last moment of crystallization, Su Yu suddenly had a rebellious thought. He still hadn't had the time to marry Sienna and complete their wedding, which had been interrupted. He still hadn't had the time to take another look at Xia Jingyu and bid her farewell. He mustn't die. Celestial punishment picture. Open. At the last moment, Su Yu's crystallized arm suddenly had the strength to take out the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture. At the last moment of crystallization, a wisp of vital energy entered the picture. Chapter 600. As the ancient scroll was opened, the black, disastrous flame started burning the world. The blue crystal melted like snow, turning into a blue mist that slowly faded away. The 10 miles around Su Yu's body became a vacuum. The blue crystal in Su Yu's body also stopped spreading. A fairy-level cultivation technique. Zi Qianzhou's pupils contracted in shock. He retreated without hesitation, not daring to come into contact with the disastrous flame. If his real body was here, he wouldn't have to fear the disastrous flame. However, he was just a soul body, so even touching it would cause him to turn into ashes. This tribulation flame was much more terrifying than the soul flame from before. After retreating for 10 miles, Zi Qianzhou finally calmed down and started sizing Su Yu up for the first time. This lad was already difficult to deal with. Fortunately, most of the vital energy in his body had been sealed by the crystal, so he could only use less than 10% of his fairy-level cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would have been in great danger. Su Yu was trying his best to stop the crystal from spreading, so it was the best time to kill him. Good. Very good. Soul Flame. Fairy-level cultivation technique. I don't care who you are or what your status is, but no one can save you today. Zi Qianzhou's killing intent sword. Swoosh. Zi Qianzhou threw the blue puppet into the air, and it shattered with a loud roar. At the same time, the entire crystallized world within a radius of 50 kilometers also shattered. Mountains, grass, fish, birds, and beasts. Everything that had been turned into crystals started disintegrating along with the puppet. Mountains were shattered, turning into countless fragments of different sizes. Birds and beasts were shattered, and the crystallized corpses were split apart. From the outside to the inside, it was still incomparably fatal, and it was still unstoppable. The crystal that had frozen Su Yu's internal energy channels and flesh started cracking. He was about to turn into a crystal and disappear. He had tried his best. Su Yu sighed in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. However, just as he was about to fall into darkness, a familiar golden light lit up the world of darkness. The golden light and the beautiful figure caused Su Yu to open his eyes once again. His heart was filled with shock, but soon after, a smile appeared on his face. She was still the same person. The golden light engulfed the world and enveloped Su Yu. At the last moment, he was teleported away from the crystallized world. Su Yu could vaguely hear Zi Qianzhou's shocked and angry voice. Lu Qi. Yes, she came back at the last moment. It was clearly more dangerous now. He had chosen to give up. He could have chosen not to come. But she still came. As the world spun, the scenery around Su Yu changed. The only thing that didn't change was the beautiful figure holding onto his arm. In the golden light, she looked heroic. When their feet touched the ground, they were already standing 100 miles away. This place was a charred wasteland. Coincidentally, it was the wasteland where Su Yu had fought a great battle with the demon. Thank you. Su Yu smiled. Lu Qi only showed Su Yu her back. She did not turn her head around. You don't need to be so proud of yourself. I just didn't want that real spirit to fall into Zi Qianqiu's hands. That's why I launched a surprise attack. She secretly retracted her hand into her sleeve. Her subtle movements did not escape Su Yu's notice. A blue crystal flashed across Su Yu's eyes. Her left palm had crystallized. In other words, when the space within 100 miles started to crystallize, she was already in it, and she didn't suddenly appear just now. She had pretended to leave in front of Zi Qianqiu, while she hid her true self in the dark. At the last moment, she had suddenly intervened and saved Su Yu. From the very beginning, she had never intended to abandon Su Yu. Even when her palm crystallized and her soul was injured, she did not try to escape. Let me see your hand. Su Yu's heart was filled with warmth. Although her face was cold, her heart was warm. She was like Su Yu's former benefactor and Euro. She was an ugly and arrogant woman, but her heart was as gentle as water. The two figures overlapped in an instant. I'm fine. Su Yu's tender expression melted Lu Chui's heart. Unknowingly, his tone became gentler. After a moment of silence, both Lu Chui and Su Yu were speechless. Su Yu looked at her back, and she looked at the distant sky. Both of them were stunned. At this moment, silence was more important than words. After this incident, the estrangement between them had disappeared, and the familiarity that they had lost had returned. I'm leaving. Take care. Lu Chui did not turn her head around. After you return to Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage, if possible, seek Yu Qiuhong's protection. If he is willing to help you, you will be able to avoid this disaster. Yu Qiuhong was the old man who was good at making mechanical puppets. He had once said in front of everyone that anyone who dared to touch Su Yu would have to ask him first when they returned to Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage. Based on his personality, he was most likely a man of his word. The problem was that Su Yu would not be transported back to Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage. His farewell with Lu Chui might be an eternal one. Wait. Su Yu thought for a moment, then his soul entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. He carefully took out the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, seedling that had just sprouted and placed it in a jade box. This is for you. I will never be able to repay you for saving my life. To Su Yu, this seedling was a rare treasure. It was a crucial material for rebuilding the 9 suns cosmos sword formation in the future. If possible, he did not want to give it away. He owed Lu Chui a debt of gratitude. Today might be the last time they met, and Su Yu did not want to have any regrets. The only thing that could interest Lu Chui was probably the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. It was the most suitable gift for her. The fate between them would also come to an end at this point. This is... Lu Chui looked back, but she did not recognize it. Of the 2 seeds he gave me, one died and the other survived. I'll give it to you, returning it to its rightful owner. Su Yu smiled sincerely as he gave it to her. Lu Chui was shocked. The seedling of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? You planted it, and it survived? She felt incredulous. The bamboo had to be watered with the blood of all creation old monsters for 100 years before it could grow. The seeds also needed a large amount of the blood of all creation old monsters. How did Su Yu do it? Her snow-white eyes rippled with joy. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was indeed very important to her. But when she noticed Su Yu's smiling face, Lu Chui gradually calmed down. I can't take it. I need to find a suitable place to nurture it before its spirituality fades away. Lu Chui retracted her gaze and turned her back to Su Yu. Su Yu was stunned. Why? The bamboo was obviously very important to her. Lu Chui turned back and smiled sweetly. That was the first time she had ever smiled at Su Yu. Her smile was bright and beautiful, like the sunshine of the spring moon, and it warmed his heart. I've already gotten what I wanted, and I'm content. Lu Chui smiled sweetly, leaving Su Yu with a meaningful sentence. Then her beautiful figure flew into the sky, back to Juzhou. Looking at the disappearing figure, Su Yu was silently disappointed. What did she want, and what did she get? These questions lingered in Su Yu's heart, and he could not get rid of them for a long time. Goodbye. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Perhaps Lu Qi thought that they would meet again at the mysterious heavenly stage of Juzhou, but she did not know that this farewell would be forever. Slap. Chapter 601. The words mysterious heavenly crafting secret technique appeared before his eyes. Did she return the crafting technique to Su Yu before she left? Lu Qi had disregarded her own life and death to pursue this book, which was why she and Su Yu had interacted. Their relationship had started with this book, and it would also end with this book. Su Yu's heart sank as he grasped the mysterious heavenly crafting secret technique. Swoosh! At that moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The furious Zi Qianqiu had caught up with him. Lad, let's see where you can run to. Su Yu stood where he was and did not try to escape. After leaving the crystal world, the crystal in his body had lost its power and disappeared. His vital energy and spiritual energy started to circulate at the same time, so he could use all of his techniques. This included the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture. Unexpectedly, when he was only a mile away from Su Yu, Zi Qianqiu suddenly stopped approaching him. His furious expression was replaced by fear as he stared at Su Yu. Or rather, he was staring at Su Yu's back. Su Yu's heart shuddered. What is behind him? Can you tell me what happened between you and Er? A slow, calm, clear, yet dignified, murderous, irresistible voice floated into his ears. Su Yu turned his head and saw a figure standing 3 feet behind him with his hands clasped behind his back. 3 feet. Just 3 feet. Su Yu had not noticed him at such a close distance. There had never been anyone who had come so close to him without him noticing. His soul eyes could see everything around him, but he could not see through the person standing 3 feet behind him. How long have you been here? Su Yu's expression was calm, and he did not move. His instincts told him that if he moved, the person behind him could kill him at any time. Gu Taishu. He wanted to face Gu Taishu alone. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he asked calmly, How long have you been here? How long have you been watching? How long have you been waiting? I came when Er found you. I saw you from then until now, and I've been waiting for you since then. Gu Taishu's voice was very calm, like the calm waters of a bay. However, for some unknown reason, he gave off a sense of dread and fear, as if a storm was brewing. Gu Taishu had seen everything, including the conversation between him and Lu Qi, the chase and the rescue. The fact that he had a true spirit, the fact that he had a remnant of an immortal-level cultivation technique, had all been exposed. This is the first time I've seen Er smile like that. That smile wasn't directed at me, her fiancé, but at you, a stranger. Gu Taishu sighed faintly, suppressing his anger. So, please tell me, what happened between you and Er, or rather, what is the relationship between the two of you? Gu Taishu clasped his hands behind his back and said softly, I will only ask this question once, and you only have one chance. What does that have to do with me? Su Yu turned around to look at Gu Taishu, his face ice cold. He had been spying on Lu Qi and him from the very beginning. In other words, he had deliberately sent Lu Qi over to test the waters. What angered Su Yu was not his suspicions, but the fact that he had seen his fiancée in the crystal world. Her left hand had turned into crystal, yet she still refused to show herself. In his heart, which was more important, Lu Qi, or the suspicions in his heart. Su Yu felt sorry for Lu Qi. She was deeply in love with Gu Taishu, but in Gu Taishu's eyes she was nothing. An exclusive collectible. You aren't worthy of her, Su Yu said calmly. Gu Taishu wasn't worthy of such a heroic and beautiful woman. Whether I'm worthy or not, it's not up to you to decide, and it's also not up to other people to decide. Gu Taishu's face remained calm as he pointed at himself. Only I can decide. If I say I'm worthy, then it doesn't matter whether I'm worthy or not. All right, answer my question. You have already exhausted my patience. Gu Taishu's eyes were still calm. During the exchange festival, Suyu had repeatedly surprised him while they were fighting for the blood of a real dragon, and this had caused him to loathe him greatly. Suyu sucked in a breath. Do you want to satisfy your suspicions? I have nothing to say to you. Gu Taishu's face was still calm, and his tone was still calm. Do you want to anger me? It's boring and uninteresting. A weakling like you doesn't even have the chance to speak to me normally. You overestimate yourself and overestimate your own life if you think you can successfully anger me. To me, crushing you to death is no different from crushing an ant. Gu Taishu's arrogant attitude was filled with disdain. I've already given you a chance, so I won't question you again. Regardless of your relationship with your fate has already been decided. Death. However, since you didn't harm from now on, before I finish off Zi-Qianqiu, you can run away as much as you want. You can run for your life like a dog. After Gu Taishu finished speaking, he didn't even look at Suyu. He just clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward Zi-Qianqiu. His pace seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Zi-Qianqiu was obviously trying to escape, but in just 2 breaths' time, Gu Taishu had already caught up with him. He then extended one of his hands, which were clasped behind his back, and grabbed Zi-Qianqiu. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and oppressive force pressed down on Zi-Qianqiu. Zi-Qianqiu was extremely afraid of Gu Taishu, and his whole body was filled with demonic energy, which formed a giant light shield around his body. It's useless, Gu Taishu said calmly as he clenched his fist. Crack! The golden bell shield immediately shattered. Zi-Qianqiu, who was within it, was instantly gripped by a powerful force. It was too terrifying. Gu Taishu was much more terrifying than he had imagined. With such a crisis before him, how could Zi-Qianqiu still dare to hold back? Swoosh! Another puppet appeared. It was exactly the same as the previous puppet. He had 2 puppets with him. After imbuing them with vital energy, the puppets radiated a blue light, and the world that had been crystallized within 100 miles appeared once again. Gu Taishu didn't try to avoid it, nor did he stop his outstretched palm. I told you it's useless. Gu Taishu's palm pressed down, but the blue light radiating from it did not crystallize his palm. Instead, it was forced back into the puppet. Swoosh! Gu Taishu's palm pressed down on the puppet, and as he clenched his fist, the puppet shattered with a cracking sound. The terrifying blue light that had shot out from it was extinguished by his palm. When he opened his palm, the terrifying puppet was only left with a pile of broken pieces. Inspector Hong Wan? It would be better if she came here personally, but a mere puppet is nothing to me. A gust of wind blew past, and the puppet's broken pieces were blown high up into the sky, scattering everywhere. Zi-Qianqiu's expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't say another word, and he didn't even care about Suyu anymore, as he quickly fled for his life. However, after he had fled for 1,000 feet, the space around him tightened, and he was firmly sealed. It was Gu Taishu who had grabbed him from a distance away. This is the end. Gu Taishu clenched his fist. No. Zi-Qianqiu's soul body was crushed on the spot, and it turned into sparkling specks of light, which fell to the ground. His soul had been destroyed, and his main body's soul had suffered permanent damage. If he couldn't recover, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance for the rest of his life. Both of them were divine masters, and their souls had descended here. One of them was a middle-stage fairy, while the other was a late-stage fairy. However, Gu Taishu could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. The disparity between them was unimaginable. Gu Taishu retracted his palm and calmly looked back at Suyu. Why didn't you flee? Su Yu stood at the same spot, and he didn't flee. You knew that you couldn't flee, so you would rather die with dignity than flee like a dog. Gu Taishu seemed to have seen through Su Yu's thoughts. However, Su Yu's expression was still calm. If I didn't flee, I wouldn't be waiting for death. I would be waiting for you to die. Su Yu weaved signs with his hands, and it seemed like he was using some obscure cultivation technique. Gu Taishu would fight him alone. Chapter 602. You overestimate yourself. Gu Taishu's face was full of indifference. He waved his sleeves from a great distance away. As he raised his hand, the air crackled sharply, and a whirlwind that could not be seen by the naked eye swept up the airflow in all directions. It tore the space apart as well as Su Yu. Clang! The whirlwind was extremely fast, reaching Su Yu in the blink of an eye. It was as if it was going to tear Su Yu and a large part of the space apart in one breath. A soft sound suddenly spread out, and the violent whirlwind came to an abrupt stop. Su Yu was still standing in the same place, but there are now two identical clones beside him. One of them was crimson, and his body was covered in flames. One was covered in lightning, and his entire body was covered in lightning. At the second level of the second-grade clone art, Zhang Xian could create two clones at the same time. Including the main body, there would be a total of 3 people. Su Yu's body was covered by the Eternal Stone King armor. He sacrificed a crystal to release a light barrier. At the critical moment, it enveloped the 3 of them. The fire doppelganger held the 6-directional ruler in its hand and predicted in advance. The lightning clone stood on the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Only when the 3 of them worked together did they manage to resist the whirlwind. However, he could only withstand it. Such a casual attack actually required Su Yu to use all of his defensive treasures to block it. The whirlwind was in a stalemate, so its momentum naturally weakened. Having failed to kill Su Yu with a single strike, Gu Taishu's face was unruffled. He strode forward and said, "Useless clone, useless treasure, and useless resistance." He waved his sleeves again, and the weakened whirlwind suddenly doubled in strength. Su Yu and his clone, who had managed to resist the attack with great difficulty, were instantly drawn into it. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered. The 6-directional ruler could block one side, but it couldn't block all of them. With a sound, it shattered, and the fire clone shattered for the first time. Next up was the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. After a series of tremors, the light barrier was shredded by the whirlwind and dissipated into dust. 2 clones were destroyed at the same time. Only Su Yu's Eternal Stone King armor had a very strong light shield. Even though he was sucked into the whirlwind, he could still resist it. This is the end. Gu Taishu strode forward, his 5 fingers clawing at the air. A similar scene had already happened to Zi Qianqiu. The only difference was that Zi Qianqiu's soul had been destroyed, while Su Yu's soul had been destroyed. The surrounding space suddenly tightened, and Su Yu could feel the suffocating pressure rapidly contracting. As long as Gu Taishu clenched his fist, he would be crushed to death. A chilly glint flickered in Gu Taishu's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, it was at this moment that a clattering sound was heard. A mass of black silk threads shot out from the larger land where they were fighting. It circled around Gu Taishu as fast as lightning. True spirit dragon tendon. With Gu Taishu's current soul state, he was unable to destroy this object. He set up the ambush here. Gu Taishu instantly understood what was going on. Su Yu had already started setting it up when he killed Zi Qianqiu. While he was distracted, he used the true spirit dragon tendon. Do you think the same move will work on me? However, Gu Taishu was not surprised at all. In fact, he had been prepared for it. A jade-like, cat-shaped, demonic beast flew out from his sleeve. Its entire body was glowing with a hazy brilliance, slowing down the time around it. This was a heaven-defying magic treasure with the power of time. The true spirit dragon tendon suddenly slowed down. Gu Taishu caught the real spirit dragon vein effortlessly with 2 fingers. With a flip of his fingers, he curled it around his index finger. The true spirit dragon tendon had been snatched away. Let me guess, do you still have a backup plan? Gu Taishu seemed to be able to see through everything as he pointed his finger at the place where they were fighting. The ground cracked, revealing a black scroll hidden in the ground. The Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture. Open! Suyu was shocked. He had been discovered. According to his plan, the real spirit dragon tendon would trap him, and the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture would take the opportunity to kill him. However, it had all been seen through. The scroll opened, and the disastrous fire that could burn everything in its path drifted out. Even if it was only a wisp of the disastrous fire, it was not something that a fairy realm soul could withstand. However, Gu Taishu's face was indifferent. I said that the same move will not work on me. He grabbed Suyu with one hand and extended his other hand to press down on the scroll. A shocking scene appeared. The disastrous fire that had appeared was forcefully pressed back into the scroll. Then, with a suction force, the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture fell into his hand. I will accept the remnant of the fairy-level cultivation technique for you. Gu Taishu's face was calm as he stuffed the real spirit dragon tendon and the remnant of the fairy-level cultivation technique into his clothes. 2 top-grade treasures and 2 deadly traps had been destroyed just like that. It's all over. I will send you on your way first, and then I will look for that little Kylan. Gu Taishu pointed his fingers at Suyu, intending to crush him. However, Suyu's hands had already begun to weave signs, and he had already completed the seals. Another useless flying body. Gu Taishu said calmly, "You've used the same move twice." The 2 clones descended beside Suyu again, standing there quietly. What was different was that each of their palms was condensing a kind of origin strength. The scarlet body condensed the fire origin in its palm. The thunder clone condensed the thunder origin. As for Suyu, the mark between his brows split open, and endless chilly energy gushed out. The ice origin gushed out like water. Are you trying to say that the same move will not work on you? Then, what about the move that you have never seen before? At the last moment, he had finally used his trump card. Suyu had once asked Lu Qi how to safely fuse the origins. Her answer was that the origins repelled each other, and the slightest mistake could easily lead to an explosion. The best way to safely fuse them was to use them 3 at the same time. You couldn't use them 3 at the same time, but he could control 2 clones at the same time. 3 origins. Your comprehension is surprisingly good, but so what? A dead man will always be a dead man. Gu Taishu was surprised that a person could cultivate 3 origins at the same time. He had seen such people before, but all of them were people with extraordinary comprehension abilities. It was not easy for ordinary people to comprehend 1 origin before reaching the fairy realm, let alone 3. Yes, a dead man will always be a dead man. Suyu nodded. The 2 clones and the main body gathered together, fusing the 3 origins in their palms. Every origin's size and strength were perfectly comprehended, and the angle of fusion was perfect. It was as if the 3 origins were controlled by the same person. This was the new method that Suyu had come up with, the fusion of the origins. Fiery red flames, deep purple lightning, and pale white ice. The 3 colors, the 3 powers, and the 3 origins had fused together, forming a beautiful cloud that looked like a 3-colored flower. Didn't you say that the moves that you used before are useless against you? Then have a taste of this move. Without giving Gu Taishu any time to react, the spinning 3-colored cloud flew toward Gu Taishu. A wisp of Suyu's consciousness was hidden in the cloud, and with a move of Suyu's mind, the consciousness moved the energy. Even if it was just a slight change in energy, it still caused the 3 origins to become unstable. Buzz! The seemingly peaceful 3-colored cloud suddenly had numerous cracks. The three energies were mixed together, colliding and exploding. Wisps of scalp-numbing aura were emitted from the three-colored cloud. Gu Taishu's indifferent face suddenly became serious. What kind of origin is this? No, the fused origins don't have such destructive power. He didn't notice that his voice, which was as calm as an ancient well, had become sharp. For the first time, his face was full of seriousness. Swoosh! What was even more shocking was that Gu Taishu retreated. Gu Taishu, who could suppress even the disastrous fire, retreated without hesitation in front of the three-colored origins. That was a destructive power that threatened his life. It's too late to escape now. Explode! Su Yu shouted coldly. Boom! As if responding to Su Yu's words, the energy in the three-colored cloud became extremely chaotic, and the destructive power was brewing to its peak. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the vast land. Red, purple, and white lights, which were fused together, were like the first ray of light that separated the heavens and the earth, engulfing the entire mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. The divine sparrow stage, the 5 Peaks mountain, the 4 corners, the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion was engulfed by the three-colored light. Apart from the 3 colors, there was nothing else in the world. Then, the destructive power that swept through the boundless heaven and earth appeared. There were thunderbolts, flames, and ice, but most of them were the destructive explosive power that was produced when they collided with each other. Rumble. The earth continued to tremble, and the sky continued to shake. Jiuzhou's mysterious, heavenly stage suddenly shook. What's happening down there? On Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage, a group of anxious elders all turned pale. Old Monster Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he stood up abruptly. He said in a serious voice, "Unbelievable! This energy fluctuation is close to that of a divine master. This isn't Gu Taishu, but who could it be?" Qianzhou's face was pale and he looked haggard. His soul had been damaged and he looked terrible. When he sensed this shocking fluctuation, the first person that came to his mind was not Gu Taishu, nor any of the divine masters that had descended, but Su Yu, that mysterious, hateful, and terrifying young man. Lu Chui, who had also returned, was shocked. Amidst the intense fluctuation, she felt a sense of familiarity. A similar fluctuation had once occurred in the 7th level of the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. That was the fusion of the origins, Su Yu's fusion of the origins. However, comparing the two, the latter's fluctuation was more than 10 times stronger than the former's. It's him. Lu Chui was extremely shocked. She was shocked by Su Yu's terrifying origins, and she was also worried about Gu Taishu's fate. Amidst the shocking rumble, smoke and dust billowed, rising and falling in the boundless world. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure with torn clothes and blood at the corners of his mouth floated in the air. He was heavily injured. 3 of my ribs are broken, and my spleen is damaged. Killing 1,000 enemies is like killing 800 of my own people. Su Yu laughed bitterly. How could he possibly remain unscathed after such a terrifying explosion of the origins? Even though he had taken out 3 magical treasures to defend himself at the last moment, he had still been heavily injured. However, the situation was far better than when he had fought against Yang Yidao. At that time, Su Yu had almost blown himself up. This time he had added the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and the 6 directional ruler to minimize the number of casualties. Compared to the crude fusion of the past, this fusion was more precise, and its power was not just 1 or 2 times stronger, but 10 times stronger. Is the power of the origins this terrifying? Su Yu could not help but wonder. A single origin's power was not powerful, and it would be difficult for half-gods and above to injure it. However, for some unknown reason, Su Yu's origins were extraordinarily powerful after the fusion. Gu Taishu had said the same thing as Lu Qi about this. Su Yu's origins' power was somewhat strange. Did I overlook something? Suyu muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Although he had doubts in his heart, he had not forgotten what he had to do. 10 miles away, there was a deep, charred pit. The pit was 1,000 feet wide and 100 feet deep, and it was filled with remnants of thunderbolts, flames, and ice. In the center of the ruins, a blackened, burned, and frozen soul was lying there. The ice had turned it into an ice sculpture. Swoosh! Suyu floated down, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the real spirit dragon veins and the great sun punishment fairy picture. They have been returned to their rightful owners, Suyu said calmly. Chapter 603. In the end, it was still Suyu who had the last laugh. Of course, Suyu wasn't arrogant enough to think that he had defeated Gu Taishu. This was only a part of Gu Taishu's soul. His true body strength was more than 100 times stronger. Even if Suyu used all his techniques, he would not be able to match up to 100th of his opponent. Crack! At the same time that Suyu retrieved the item, he also shattered the layer of ice on Gu Taishu's body, revealing his true form. Something's wrong. The moment Suyu peeped into Gu Taishu's soul through the crack, he realized that something was amiss and cursed inwardly. Gu Taishu's soul, which had experienced the explosion of the source, did not change at all. Suddenly, Suyu caught a glimpse of a jade, cat-shaped, demonic beast in her palm. The jade cat's body was full of fine cracks, and it was on the verge of collapsing. He was not injured at all. At the moment of crisis, he used the jade cat to delay time while he took the opportunity to avoid the destructive power of the explosion. Now that he was frozen, it was just the aftermath that affected him slightly. Have you finally found out? A gloomy voice that was as cold as the 9 hells came from the ice sculpture. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ice sculpture, that oppressive might nearing that of a divine master, that unparalleled aura of a king, that stifling, despair-inducing pressure instantly descended upon them once more. You've destroyed my most valuable treasure. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to atone for it. The ice sculpture dissipated, and Gu Taishu's imposing figure stood tall and straight. His eyes were like the sun and the moon as he looked down at Suyu. His indifferent expression finally changed, revealing a deep murderous intent. He was furious. Suyu's heart sank to the bottom. The consecutive battles had depleted his jinchi and spiritual energy. Furthermore, he had sustained severe injuries from the explosion just now. How could he possibly fight? The situation took a turn for the worse. Die. Gu Taishu waved his hand, and the wind and clouds in the sky swirled violently. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion rumbled. When he attacked, heaven and earth changed color. In the face of Gu Taishu's furious strike, Suyu's heart was filled with despair. Was he still unable to escape the fate of death? His fatigued body no longer had any combat prowess. He could only watch as the surging wind and clouds tore his body apart. Bang! A huge storm descended, and the shocking aura that could even tear apart souls caused Suyu to lose all hope of surviving. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and many regrets flowed in his heart. Suyu prepared himself, but the pain he expected did not happen. The boundless wind and clouds automatically avoided Suyu, ignoring him. Suyu was startled. What had happened? Outside the storm, Suyu vaguely heard Gu Taishu's grave and deep voice. Who is it? Who's in the dark? There was a tinge of fear and shock in his anxious shout. In an instant, the wind and clouds dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of Suyu out of thin air. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and there was a white lotus mark on her chest. Shan Shuilian of the White Lotus sect. Her pure, white hands were clasped behind her back. She, who was clearly only a half-immortal with an intent realm, actually had the demeanor of an indescribable expert. It was precisely because of her existence that the wind and clouds in the sky retreated on their own, not daring to intrude in the slightest. So you could not understand it. He had once fought with this woman at the transportation portal in the stone forest of the 7th level. At that time, she wasn't even comparable to Suyu. So what was going on now? If you aren't Sheng Xuelian, then who are you? Suyu asked as he retreated. This woman was too unfamiliar to him. Sheng Xuelian turned her head, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving your life first? Lu Chui gave away the heavenly orchid silver bamboo to save you. But I saved you and now you're on guard. What? Sheng Xuelian witnessed that scene with her own eyes. In other words, Gu Taishu, who was also there, did not notice this woman's existence. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Who exactly is this Sheng Xuelian? Who are you? Gu Taishu's expression was extremely grave. Sheng Xuelian only looked at Su Yu. She did not even turn her head to look at him. She then said, "There's nothing else for you to do here. You can leave now." She sounded like she was giving him an order. "Your Excellency, aren't you a little too?" Gu Taishu was displeased. However, before he could finish his sentence, a layer of blue crystal light suddenly appeared on his body. It was a blue crystal. Sheng Xuelian had been standing on the same spot the whole time. She did not move at all. With just a thought, she covered Gu Taishu's body with crystals. This is Inspector Hong Wan's technique. You are. Gu Taishu's pupils contracted to the size of needles. It was as if he had just discovered something shocking. If you know, then why aren't you leaving? Sheng Xuelian said calmly, "Since the Lord has mentioned your name before, I won't kill you today. However, don't give me a reason to kill you." "It's really you, Inspector Hong Wan." Gu Taishu was shocked. He really wanted to ask why she had appeared as a woman. He also wanted to ask how she had managed to enter the mysterious, heavenly, divine pavilion. However, he did not dare to ask. In fact, even though he knew that the real spirit was right in front of him, he did not dare to think about it. Consider yourself lucky. Gu Taishu looked at Su Yu unwillingly, then flew away. "If I meet you again, I won't be so lucky." Looking at Gu Taishu's back, Su Yu secretly clenched his fists. The gap between him and Gu Taishu was too great. Today's hatred and humiliation were all due to Su Yu's incompetence. If it were not for Sheng Xuelian's help, he would have become a corpse. Su Yu looked at the woman in front of him solemnly. Hong Wan, an all-creation old monster. She stood in front of Su Yu with a calm demeanor. If Su Yu did not know her identity, it would be difficult to imagine that she was an all-creation expert. Are you surprised? I am also surprised that the mysterious person who obtained the real spirit is that silver-haired lad Inu. Hong Wan smiled. Her smile had a captivating charm. Shang Xuelian had already seen the dry cloud 5 elemental formation that Su Yu had used in the 7th level. Although Su Yu had covered his face, how could he hide his identity? Su Yu's eyes lost focus when he was looked at by her smiling eyes. His mind had actually been taken away. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron in the depths of his mind trembled slightly, causing Su Yu to regain his consciousness. Su Yu was shocked, and he immediately retreated. He then asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Shang Xuelian was surprised. "You have a treasure in your soul that you hate so much. It's really surprising that your soul defense is so high. It seems like even if I did not attack you, you might not have died." Su Yu's heart trembled, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. The divine 9-dragon cauldron had been discovered. This was the first time that someone had discovered the existence of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. "You saved me, but you didn't save my life, did you?" Su Yu's expression darkened. Gu Taishu had just left, and now an even more unfathomable existence had appeared. He did not believe that Shang Xuelian would save him for no reason. After all, there was no such relationship between them. "Hee, you are still as smart and quick-witted as ever. I like smart juniors the most." Shang Xuelian chuckled softly and her laughter was filled with charm. The divine nine-dragon cauldron trembled continuously, and it emitted a red liquid, which allowed Suyu to remain clear-headed. "Is this an all-creation old monster?" Suyu was greatly shocked. The divine nine-dragon cauldron would only emit a red liquid when Suyu's soul underwent an intense change. Now, this woman's natural charm had caused the divine nine-dragon cauldron to have such a reaction. A great crisis had descended upon Suyu, and he felt extremely uneasy. "That's right. I saved you because I wanted to verify that last Shangguan Qinger's judgment. I wanted to see whether you really are an ancient spiritual body, as she believed." Shang Xuelian pointed her white finger at Suyu. Suyu did not have time to dodge, and his body stiffened. It was as if his body had been bound by some kind of mighty divine power. He could not even blink his eyes, let alone move a single finger. In front of Shang Xuelian, Suyu had been reduced to a puppet. Shang Xuelian walked over with light steps, and her fingernail lightly scratched the space between Suyu's eyebrows. A drop of blood flowed out of the space between Suyu's eyebrows and landed on her fingertip. All ancient spiritual bodies have bloodlines that are different from ordinary people. As such, we will know whether you are an ancient spiritual body by examining your blood. Shang Xuelian then dripped the drop of blood onto an ancient jade scroll. The jade scroll was carved with obscure words, which Suyu had never seen before. When the drop of blood landed on the jade scroll, it was unable to merge with it. The jade scroll itself was dead silent, and there was no movement at all. "It seems like that lass has misunderstood you. You only have a mortal body, and you do not have an ancient bloodline." Shang Xuelian was calm, and she was not surprised at all. Suyu was also surprised. He was just a mortal who had come from the mountains, so it was impossible for him to have an ancient bloodline. Suyu still could not understand why Shangguan Qinger was so certain that Suyu had an ancient spiritual body. After all, she doesn't have enough experience and was deceived by her appearance. Shang Xuelian examined Suyu, and her gaze fell on his right arm in the end. She then said, "You really aren't an ancient spirit body, but it seems like you have a spatial, magical treasure hidden in your body. That ancient spirit body is in that space." Shangguan Qinger misunderstood you as an ancient spiritual body because of this. Suyu was shocked. The 9-jade spiritual pearl had been discovered. However, what was even more shocking was that the 9-jade spiritual pearl contained the ancient spiritual body that even the all-creation's old monsters were looking for. Who was it? There were only 3 people in the 9-jade spiritual pearl: Wu Aoyue, Long Wuxin, Qin Xianer. If Wu Aoyue had the ancient spiritual body, how could she not be discovered and become an outer sanctum disciple? Although Long Wuxin's battle prowess was astonishing, her physique could not be said to be special. Only Qin Xianer had the phoenix of death physique. Even Yun Yazi was amazed by her physique. He wanted to take her as his disciple, but couldn't. Without a doubt, the real ancient spiritual body was not Suyu, but Qin Xianer. Suyu was startled, and he wondered, why are all creation old monsters looking for ancient spiritual bodies? Would it harm Sienna? In that instant, his heart was filled with anxiety and unease. "I will know after I inspect it." Shang Xuelian walked over and pointed at Suyu's arm. Swoosh! However, at that moment, Shang Xuelian suddenly stopped and looked at the nearby forest. "After hiding for so long, you are finally willing to show yourself?" An ethereal and beautiful figure flew out of the forest, tearing through the air. It was a peerless face, a beauty that could topple cities, and a beauty that could cause everything in the world to lose its splendor. Her breathtaking beauty was like the blossoming sun. "Xia Jingyu!" Suyu was startled. He became anxious, as he didn't know why she would be here. However, this was the most dangerous moment for him. What made him even more anxious was that he couldn't even signal her with his eyes. He could only look on helplessly as Xia Jingyu flew over. "It's Sister Jingyu." Shang Xuelian smiled sweetly. Her smile was filled with fondness. Chapter 604. Her first words had destroyed Su Yu's hope. Su Yu's heart turned cold, as he did not doubt that Xia Jingyu was an ancient spiritual body. Her inhuman perception was something that not only Su Yu could sense, but also Xia Jingyu herself. She wasn't an ordinary human. You. Shang Xuelian was confused. Are you trying to save him? So you diverted your attention? Shang Xuelian knew that Xia Jingyu was in love with Su Yu. You will know whether I am an ancient spiritual body or not by examining me. Moreover, didn't you already try to get close to me? Xia Jingyu's eyes were calm. As an all-creation old monster, it was difficult for her to understand why she would call Xia Jingyu a complete stranger, sister. Xia Jingyu was only pretending not to know. She wasn't completely in the dark. Shang Xuelian smiled leisurely and said, Hee, don't worry, I don't have any evil intentions. It's just that younger sister is a heaven-toppling beauty. I want to bring younger sister to meet my lord. I believe that you will obtain an endless fortune. What kind of person was she to be called a master by an all-creation old monster? However, it wasn't difficult to discern from her words that Shang Xuelian was doing this because of Xia Jingyu's beauty. Let go of him, and I will go with you, Xia Jingyu said calmly. Shang Xuelian was startled. Is it worth it for an ordinary person? I am willing, she replied. Shang Xuelian looked deeply at Xia Jingyu and shook her head slightly. He is indeed outstanding. However, it is only relatively speaking. The world is vast. He is just an ordinary person in front of truly outstanding people. He is not worth mentioning. Follow me and experience the world. You will understand why I said that. Xia Jingyu was silent and she didn't speak. She just looked at Su Yu with her beautiful eyes. In the past, when Su Yu was just a village boy, she had already fallen in love with him. Her love for him had nothing to do with his status, his talent, or whether he was outstanding or not. It was only about the endless mountains and rivers, the passing of time, and the everlasting warm memories. She loved him, and that was all. Let go of him, and I will go with you. Xia Jingyu took a drop of blood from between her brows and flicked it at him. I have the beauty you want, and I also have the spiritual body you want. He was just affected by me, and Shengguan Qinger misunderstood him. When she was misunderstood, she had been by Su Yu's side, and the two of them even shared the same divine decree. Affected. Shang Xuelian gently shook her head. She understood that Xia Jingyu was covering for him, but she still grabbed the essence blood and dripped it onto the jade scroll. There was a hint of anticipation in her bright eyes. Xia Jingyu was so confident. Could she really be an ancient spiritual body? ZZ, a strange scene appeared. When the drop of blood landed on the jade slip, it immediately fused into it without any obstruction. The ancient characters on it separated from the jade slip and hovered in the air, piecing together. The words, which were clearly unfamiliar to Su Yu, turned into words that Su Yu could recognize. Goddess, Lady Race Bloodline, 30% purity. The flickering words caused Shang Xuelian's eyes to shine with excitement. Hiss, it really is an ancient spiritual body. Even though Hongwan was an all-creation old monster, she could not conceal her astonishment at the ancient spiritual body. This spiritual body was a legendary existence in Jiuzhou, and it was even rarer than all creation's old monsters. Every single one of them possessed incomparable talent and aptitude. In the future, they would at least reach the divine master level, and breaking through to the all creations level would be a piece of cake. Every time an ancient spiritual body appeared in the Jiuzhou continent, it would inevitably lead to intense competition. Obtaining an ancient spiritual body meant obtaining a potential all-creation expert who wouldn't try their best to fight for it. It could even be said that an ancient spiritual body was even more precious than a real spirit. Moreover, its bloodline is so powerful. It has 30% purity. It's unimaginable. Gu Taishu, also has an ancient spiritual body, but his bloodline is less than half. Yet he has already become a late-stage divine master at such a young age, let alone you. Hong Wan, who was an old monster who had cultivated for many years, revealed an ecstatic expression. A 30% purity was already considered a top-grade spiritual body. Xia Jingyu's face was as calm as an ancient well. Then, can you let him go? Shang Xuelian's expression continued to flicker with excitement, but she was still rational. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. But don't worry, I won't hurt him, Shang Xuelian added. Not wanting to offend Xia Jingyu too much. Although Shangguan Qing'er doesn't have enough experience, the Sinan used to examine the ancient spiritual body was made by Mo Tianxian. Since it pointed to him, there shouldn't be any mistake. As for being influenced by you, little sister Jingyu, I know that you want to protect him. However, this is my duty, and I can't be careless, Shang Xuelian said. As he spoke, he tapped Su Yu's arm with his finger. The 9-jade spiritual pearl flickered with a green light as it slowly appeared on Su Yu's arm. Then, Shang Xuelian sent a wisp of her soul into it. Su Yu's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and his anger had also reached the bottom of the valley. Xia Jingyu exposed herself for him, sacrificed herself for him, and she even implicated Xian Er. As for himself, he was like a piece of trash, watching everything with his own eyes. Su Yu had returned to the martial arts training institute of the Xinyu prefecture in a single night. The Su Yu who had lost his woman but was powerless to do anything about it. How similar was everything. Boundless anger rose in his heart. What he was angry about was himself, his own uselessness. If he could not even protect his woman, how could he talk about repaying his debt of gratitude? Could it be that he could only watch helplessly as his woman was taken away, with no room for redemption? The intense change in his emotions caused the divine nine-dragon, Cauldron, to tremble. 3 drops of red liquid flowed out from the cauldron and entered Su Yu's blood vessels. With a soft cry, Su Yu's eyeballs moved slightly. He had actually broken free from the restraints of the all creations. However, only his eyes could move. What no one noticed was that Su Yu's eyes were glowing with a white light. A pale white snow dragon was swimming within his eyes. The divine nine-dragon, Cauldron, trembled twice. The white dragon, like the purple dragon and the red dragon, also completely crystallized. Su Yu's eyes once again underwent a qualitative change. A brand new ability was quietly born. Swoosh! At the same time, Shang Xuelian's soul, who had entered the divine nine-dragon cauldron, returned. Strange. Could that last Shangguan Qing'er have made a mistake? Strangely, Shang Xuelian did not notice anything. It would have been fine if she had not noticed Qin Xianer and Long Wuxin. After all, the two of them had been isolated by Su Yu. However, Wu Aoyue had not been isolated at all. Furthermore, there was still the supreme growing soils garden. Could she not have noticed it at all? At that moment, an obscure voice sounded in Su Yu's ears. It was a little anxious. What are you doing? How did you provoke an old monster at the level of all creations? It was the remnant soul of the 9-tailed white fox. Luckily, I reacted in time and used my illusory technique to conceal the space. She only saw barren land. Otherwise, both you and I would not have been able to escape. Su Yu's heart relaxed. He had almost forgotten the existence of this mysterious remnant soul. Elder White Fox, can you help? Su Yu asked anxiously. The 9-tailed white fox said, I will have to disappoint you. I am only a remnant soul. Hiding from her is already my limit. It is impossible for me to pose a threat to her. After saying this, the 9-tailed white fox sank into silence. To her, if Su Yu died, she would just have to change the owner of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. However, if she died, she would completely disappear. Su Yu's heart gradually sank. After Sheng Xuelian's inspection, it was time to bring Xia Jingyu away to meet the lord she spoke of. Xia Jingyu's beautiful appearance and shocking physique meant that she was destined to be taken in as the lord's exclusive property and become his woman. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu's soul entered the jade box in his robes. The soul body of his master, Yun Yazi, resided within. Now, the only person he could count on was his cheat master. Ever since he had become his disciple, he had only taught Su Yu the heaven's sun, gazing at air of an unknown origin. Since then, he had never guided Su Yu in his cultivation. He had even warned Su Yu that he would not intervene no matter what danger he encountered. Everything was to dispel Su Yu's hopes of getting lucky and to stimulate his potential in danger. Even if his life was in danger, he would not intervene. If Su Yu met with misfortune, then he would intervene and kill the enemy, taking revenge for his disciple. Su Yu kept this in mind. No matter what kind of life and death crisis he encountered, he had never asked for help. Now that Xia Jingyu had sacrificed herself for him, he was helpless and could only ask his master for help. He was not doing this for his own life, but for Xia Jingyu. Master. Su Yu's soul appeared in the space of the jade box. Yun Yazi's figure, which he had not seen for a long time, was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Su Yu kowtowed and called out softly. Yun Yazi slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion flashing past his eyes. Ever since the last time, he had been quietly recovering his soul, cultivating for a long time. He had only been awakened today. What is it? Yun Yazi asked. Su Yu found it difficult to speak. After struggling for a moment, he said, Master, please intervene and save someone for your disciple. Yun Yazi was silent for a moment, then sighed. You have broken your vow in the end. Su Yu was ashamed. If he could, why would he have to do this? All of this was because of his incompetence. Master, please intervene. Su Yu kowtowed. She is the most important person in my life. I can die, but she must not. Xia Jingyu had said the same thing before. I can die, but he must not. Now that time had overlapped, the same thing was happening. As long as you intervene, your disciple will agree to anything, Su Yu pleaded. Ever since he had come to Shinua Island, Su Yu had never begged anyone, nor had he begged anyone in such a pathetic manner. This was because he had encountered the greatest crisis, a crisis that he could not overcome. Get up. Your pathetic state is the last thing I want to see. Yun Yazi frowned. Su Yu relaxed slightly. Master, you have agreed? But Yun Yazi's face was cold. I would not intervene even if you died, let alone an outsider. I have said that I will not intervene for you. This is my oath. There are no exceptions. Yun Yazi was ruthless and cold. Get out now. Master. Su Yu was anxious, but Yun Yazi was unmoved. With a flick of his sleeves, Su Yu's soul was expelled from the jade box. Returning to his physical body, Su Yu was extremely disappointed. How could his master not be moved when he was so pathetic and begging for mercy? Chapter 605. All of a sudden, Su Yu was filled with hatred. Was an oath really that important? You know that your disciple's most beloved woman is about to be abducted, but you're still indifferent? But what he hated the most was himself. His incompetence and cowardice were the main culprits. Maybe you're right. Shang Xuelian pondered for a long time, but to no avail. She could only agree with Xia Jingyu's opinion. Perhaps it was really Xia Jingyu's spiritual body that affected the surroundings, causing Shangguan Qing'er to misjudge. After thinking about it carefully, Shang Xuelian felt relieved. Ancient spiritual bodies were extremely rare, and it was already a great miracle that Xia Jingyu had one. It was wishful thinking to think that another one would appear. Let him go, Xia Jingyu said. Shang Xuelian nodded, then grabbed Su Yu's space ring with her bare hands. Ignoring Su Yu, his soul bounced directly into it. Hey, there are a lot of good things here. Shang Xuelian exclaimed. What, a celestial artifact? Shang Xuelian was shocked. A 5-colored light, swept out. It was the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Holding the seal, Shang Xuelian looked at it again in disbelief. It really is a celestial artifact. Although it is just a prototype, it is definitely a celestial artifact. It just so happens that I've just advanced to the all-creation realm not long ago, so I haven't refined my own celestial artifact yet. I'll use this Thunder Path celestial artifact for the time being. Shang Xuelian naturally put it away. She didn't feel that it belonged to someone else. The anger in Su Yu's heart became even more intense, and his sorrow became even more intense. He had actually fallen to the point where his Dharma treasures could be freely chosen by others. Stop! You can't touch Su Yu's things. Xia Jingyu tried to stop him. Shang Xuelian didn't look at her, nor did she look at Su Yu. She just continued searching the ring as if no one else was present. She then said calmly, Sister Jingyu, I don't care if I kill him or not, and taking his treasures is the price I have to pay for sparing his life. You should rejoice, as he still has treasures worth taking from me. Otherwise, I would have already killed you to protect your identity as an ancient spirit body. A person like Su Yu was worthless in her eyes. Swish, swish, 2 balls of light flew out. They were the true spirit dragon tendon and the great sun punishment deity painting. These 2 items are not bad. The true spirit dragon tendon can be used to exchange for some materials. As for this remnant immortal tier cultivation technique, I can bring it back and give it to my juniors. He, the seedling of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. This is good stuff. It can save me a lot of effort. Shang Xuelian found the seedling of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo and put it in her bosom with a smile. After searching for a while, Shang Xuelian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the harvest is not small. Shang Xuelian waved her hand and released Su Yu. As for the remaining items, they are useless to me, so you should keep them for yourself. Her tone made it seem as if she was showing mercy. Little Sister Jingyu, follow me. I'll bring you to see that lord. Shang Xuelian held Xia Jingyu's hand and wore her usual smile. She had never once looked at Su Yu. Wait! Su Yu shouted in a low voice. Who is that lord? Why are you bringing her with you? At this moment, Su Yu wasn't concerned about the treasures that had been taken away. Instead, he was concerned about Xia Jingyu's fate. Shang Xuelian turned her head and said, He's someone you can't afford to associate with. He's a king. As for little Sister Jingyu, she's a great beauty and more importantly, she has an ancient spiritual body. She's exactly the type of wife that the king would choose. I believe that little Sister Jingyu will be blessed by him and become his 3rd wife. She then added, From now on, she will become a phoenix. For her own good, don't have anything to do with her in the future. After all, your fates are different. Shang Xuelian shook her head calmly. Do you have anything else to say? If you don't, then the relationship between the 2 of you will end here. Sure enough, Su Yu's heart ached. Xia Jingyu was going to be taken away and become someone's wife. Su Yu clenched his fists and felt as if his heart was bleeding. Wait, can you please leave and give us some time? I need to bid farewell to you, Xia Jingyu said. Shang Xuelian was slightly displeased, but she knew that Xia Jingyu would definitely become a wife. She knew that she would have to lower her head sooner or later, so she didn't want to offend her too much. Fine, but only for the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. Shang Xuelian took a step back helplessly and left. Before she left, she muttered softly, I really don't understand what's good about a cripple like her. A cripple? Su Yu clenched his fists even more tightly. Brother Yu. Xia Jingyu's voice trembled. She couldn't bear the pain in her heart any longer, and her eyes turned red as she threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. Su Yu didn't avoid her, and he instinctively hugged her. His feelings for her couldn't be concealed any longer. Yes, he loved Xia Jingyu, just like how Xia Jingyu had loved him all along. The pain of losing her made it impossible for Su Yu to conceal his feelings. Brother Yu, She could feel Su Yu's hands hugging her waist tightly. It was the first time she clearly felt Su Yu's feelings, his heart, and his intentions. Her world was bright for the first time, and it was filled with indescribably beautiful colors. Her emotions, which couldn't be described with words, turned into tears that rolled down her cheeks. Even though it was a sad time for them to part, Xia Jingyu's heart was filled with joy and happiness, which she had never felt before. This day was probably the most unforgettable, most exciting, and most dazzling day of her life. On this day, she realized that the person she had always loved also loved her. Their hearts had long since become one. Su Yu felt even more pain as he looked at Xia Jingyu's excited, joyful, and happy face. It was all too late. This hug was too late, too late. Don't say it. I understand, I am willing, and I have no regrets. As long as it's for Brother Yu, I can bear anything. Xia Jingyu extended her finger and placed it on Su Yu's lips. Her smile was unprecedentedly brilliant, and it caused the whole world to be filled with light. I understand, I am willing, and I have no regrets. This was Xia Jingyu's answer. She had used her entire life's happiness. No, she had used her life to give him an answer. Xia Jingyu was soft on the outside but firm on the inside. She was a pure and chaste woman. After this parting, it wasn't like they were separated by heaven and earth. She would choose death. This was something Su Yu believed without a doubt. Brother Yu, don't speak. Let me lie down quietly. I just want to enjoy this embrace once more, just like that day under the pear blossom moonlight when you imparted your enlightenment to me. Xia Jingyu closed her eyes peacefully, enjoying the embrace that she hadn't felt in a long time. Under the pear blossom moonlight, in the Duke of Xianyu's palace, the day before Su Yu's wedding, he had taught Xia Jingyu his divine decree, step by step. That was the first time they had interacted. Now, Xia Jingyu was once again lying in his embrace. Brother Yu, I like you. I really, really like you. Xia Jingyu buried her face in Su Yu's embrace, bravely confessing her feelings. Since that day under the pear blossom moonlight, I have liked you. I have always liked you. I like your kindness, I like your loyalty, and I like the miracles you create. I never thought that there would be someone who could shock my soul like this, leave such an indelible mark on me, and leave such a deep impression on my heart. Hearing Xia Jingyu's confession, Su Yu was not happy at all. He only felt pain and dissatisfaction. I never thought that I would one day be able to lie in Brother Yu's embrace. I never thought that I would one day be able to hug Brother Yu. I never thought that I would one day be able to hug Brother Yu. Brother Yu, I'm really happy. I'm really happy. Xia Jingyu cried silently, her voice trembling. She was both excited and sad. Thank you, Brother Yu, for giving me one last hug. Xia Jingyu's shoulders trembled as she raised her head. 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face. It was both beautiful and sad. She stood on her tiptoes, raised her head, and pressed her red lips against Su Yu's. Her soft, fragrant touch filled Su Yu's mind. There were also the tears that flowed down her cheeks. It was both sweet and bitter. They kissed. Their relationship had already changed beyond the so-called friends, the so-called confidants. This was Su Yu's first kiss, a kiss that he had never had with Qin Xianer. Su Yu enjoyed it silently, while a rebellious feeling welled up in his heart. He could not lose it. He could not lose it. Swoosh! Shang Xuelian had returned in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. The space is about to close, so there's no time left. Jingyu, come with me. Shang Xuelian interrupted their intimate moment, ignoring Su Yu as she pulled Xia Jingyu away from his embrace. Without Su Yu's embrace, Xia Jingyu still had a bright smile on her face. Brother Yu, I'm already satisfied. You don't need to be burdened by me. Just live well. Would she be satisfied with a hug and a kiss? Stop. Su Yu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes shone brightly. Shang Xuelian, who was about to fly away, suddenly felt a terrifying will shoot at her from behind. When she looked back, she met Su Yu's eyes. Even with Shang Xuelian's state of mind, she couldn't help but shiver. What a powerful defying will! It was Su Yu's defying will, defying fate, defying heaven, and defying all injustice. His defying intent could cause the heavens to be enraged, it could reverse fate, and it could destroy injustice. The clouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and the forest rustled. Countless living beings fled in panic. The radiation of the defying will caused all living beings to retreat. It was as if the defying will had come from heaven. At this moment, Su Yu didn't seem like a human, but more like a demon. He was a demon who would rather become a demon than be abandoned by heaven. Your will is very strong. If a person like you doesn't die, you will surely become a great figure in the future. Shang Xuelian gave Su Yu a positive evaluation for the first time. That will was something that made her feel uneasy. If it wasn't for Xia Jingyu, I would have killed you. Shang Xuelian looked away and said calmly, "You should thank your good fortune for getting to know her." As she spoke, she grabbed Xia Jingyu and flew away. I said, "Stop." Su Yu repeated himself. His whole body's aura became strange, and an evil energy started to spread in his body. Shang Xuelian, who was flying, suddenly turned her head, and her pupils contracted. What is that evil energy? She felt uneasy, and her intuition told her that there was an extremely evil thing in Su Yu's body that was awakening. Shang Xuelian's killing intent flickered. "Kneel down." Shang Xuelian raised her hand and waved. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy within 100 miles started to gather, turning into a huge mountain that descended from the sky. Bang! The ground was crushed by it, and it sank 100 feet. Su Yu was instantly pressed into the ground. "Brother Yu!" Xia Jingyu cried out involuntarily, her face pale. Su Yu was seriously injured, and his spiritual energy and vital energy had been used up. He was no different from an ordinary person, so how could he block such a blow? This blow was enough to crush him into meat paste. Chapter 606. What an imposing aura, but it's a pity that you're too weak. "You're still a cripple," Shang Xuelian said calmly. She was too lazy to check the results. "Jingyu, he asked for it. Don't blame me for not giving him a chance." Xia Jingyu's eyes widened. Su Yu was dead. She could not accept this reality. The only person she loved had died just like that. Then a deep chill shot out of his eyes. "You killed him." "He's too weak. His death is not to be regretted," Shang Xuelian said calmly. Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with hatred. "Kill me. If I don't die, I will take your life in the future." Shang Xuelian did not care about her threat. "He, then be your concubine. When you have power, you might be able to take revenge for him." Bang! However, right at that moment, the mountain of spiritual energy exploded. A terrifying aura erupted from beneath the mountain like a volcano eruption. The spiritual energy was like a sharp arrow that shot toward Shang Xuelian. Shang Xuelian's expression changed. She waved her sleeves and created a few gusts of wind to disperse the incoming spiritual energy. What happened? Shang Xuelian was surprised. An evil energy came from beneath the ground, which made her uncomfortable. It was an extremely powerful evil energy. Pop! Suddenly, the ground cracked and a blood-red light shot toward Shang Xuelian from beneath the ground. Shang Xuelian was shocked. She quickly created a few gusts of wind. However, the red light was as fast as lightning. It was invincible. The gusts of wind she created were pierced through and reached Shang Xuelian in an instant. Shang Xuelian was, after all, an all-creation expert. At that critical moment, she saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of dark red eyes. They were filled with evil energy. It was definitely not a human being. Bang! A fist wrapped in blood energy reached towards her chest, aiming for her heart. Shang Xuelian snorted coldly. She waved her hand to meet the fist. Thud! Thud, thud. Shang Xuelian was shocked to see that her opponent's fist was filled with a powerful force that forced her back. The force entered her body through her arm and caused cracks to appear on her body. In an instant, her whole body was covered in blood. The terrifying attack caused Shang Xuelian to instantly turn serious. She didn't even have time to care about Xia Jingyu, who had let go of her in a panic. Who are you? Shang Xuelian was shocked as she looked at the bloody man in front of her. That was Suyu, but also not Suyu. His figure and appearance were undoubtedly Suyu's. However, his eyes were completely black and his pupils were dark red. Even with her all creations experience, she had never seen such inhuman evilness. All of a sudden, Shang Xuelian noticed that Suyu was holding a blood-red gourd in his right hand. Ghost gourd! It is the ghost gourd that Bai Yijian killed his entire clan and accumulated their cultivation and energy. Shang Xuelian recognized him with a single glance. You, how can you use the flesh and blood power and cultivation of their clansmen? It was obvious that Suyu had used the ghost gourd's energy and cultivation to transform into his current appearance. He fully activated his evil ghost bloodline and absorbed the flesh and blood from the gourd, causing his strength and cultivation to soar. However, only members of the White Clan could use it. So how did Suyu do it? Dead. People don't need to know too much. Suyu spoke. His voice was hoarse and full of evil, as if he was an evil demon. It was filled with an evil aura that made people shudder. Humph! Do you think that I would be afraid of you if you borrowed external power? Shang Xuelian coldly snorted. She then grabbed a blue crystal sword out of nowhere. Before she waved it, blue crystals had already formed around the crystal sword. She had seen this move many times in Zi Chencho's puppets. Die! Shang Xuelian waved the sword without hesitation. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything turned into blue crystals. It was an absolute death. Clang! However, the evil Suyu's hands, which were filled with blood energy, raised his hand and grabbed the sword energy. With his 5 fingers, the sword energy was shattered with a cracking sound, and the crystals were swept away. Nothing much. Suyu laughed evilly. That laugh actually made Shang Xuelian's hair stand on end. She did not understand what she was fighting against. Was it a human, a demon, or some kind of inhuman evil creature? Swoosh! What made Shang Xuelian's pupils shrink was that Suyu had turned into a ball of blood shadow and attacked once again. Retreat! Shang Xuelian raised her sword once again and attacked. Bang! However, the evil Suyu was not afraid at all, and he forcefully attacked her with his palm. The sword that she had just attacked was actually suppressed by Suyu's palm, and it landed on Shang Xuelian's body. Ah! With a horrible shriek, the sword had cut off Shang Xuelian's right arm. The right arm that had been cut off quickly turned into crystals, then crumbled into powder. Shang Xuelian was in pain, and her heart was filled with shock. So powerful! Without another word, Shang Xuelian's figure retreated rapidly, her expression extremely grave. However, just as she was retreating, she suddenly felt a chill in her chest. When she looked at it, she saw that there was a fist-sized hole in her chest. It had been pierced through from the front to the back, and her heart had disappeared. Slap! A soft sound could be heard. Shang Xuelian looked towards the source of the sound and saw Suyu, who was laughing evilly, crushing her heart. When did he take away her heart? Bang! However, right at that moment, Shang Xuelian's body exploded, and a transparent figure with a strange appearance flew out from her body. It was a very charming woman, and every frown and smile was filled with boundless charm. This woman was Hong Wan, the soul of an all-creation old monster. At that moment, her charming face was filled with shock, and she was fleeing frantically. Dark Suyu's lips curled into an evil, cold smile as he disappeared with a gust of wind. Hong Wan's pupils shrank. Why is he getting stronger and stronger? She was alarmed, and as she looked around, she still could not find Suyu. "Are you looking for me?" An evil, cold, and hellish laugh suddenly echoed in her ears. Hong Wan was shocked, and she retreated without hesitation. However, all of a sudden, she felt something tighten around her neck. In the void in front of her, a blood-red palm reached out and grabbed her neck. Then a blood-red figure walked out of the void, and that evil face appeared once again. "You're just so," Suyu said in a hoarse voice. As he opened his mouth, a gust of wind blew over, corroding a large part of the forest. Shang Xuelian, who was in her soul body, was assaulted by the gust of wind, and her whole body started to rot. It was extremely painful for her soul to be severely injured, and Hong Wan's soul body trembled continuously as she screamed in pain, "Stop! What are you trying to do?" Suyu laughed evilly, and his evil laughter echoed in the 8th level, as well as the mysterious heavenly stage of Jiuzhou. What kind of living being is that? What a terrifying evil energy! Even this place could feel the soaring evil energy. Could it be an evil spirit born in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Lu Chui was also very serious. What happened down there? Did Senior Hong Wan's arrival awaken some evil being? Gu Taishu's eyes were also very serious, as the evil energy that was being emitted was too powerful. They had never thought that it was Suyu, as no matter how strong Suyu was, it was impossible for him to emit such an evil energy. At that moment, the creepy, evil laughter could be heard. Everyone's faces turned solemn, and they all looked very afraid. "Senior Hong Wan, what kind of terrifying evil being did you awaken?" That was the only question in everyone's minds. "What do you want to do to me? I am just a part of your soul. If you dare harm me, wait for my real body to descend. I don't care what kind of evil being you are, I will make sure you die." Hong Wan's soul was extremely terrified as she faced Suyu, who was filled with evil energy. Dark Suyu laughed evilly as he opened his mouth. Then he shoved Hong Wan's soul into his mouth. Dark Suyu was going to eat Hong Wan's soul alive. "Ah, no. What kind of monster are you?" Shang Xuelian screamed in fear.